So you know.
Yes, I know.
So we have 4 different packs
We
of
have
jerky.
4 different packs. There's 2 different kinds for each.
You got your mouse.
There's bold and spicy corn head. There's honey barbecue pork jerky.
Honey barbecue pork jerky.
From Pipeline. There's the hickory corn head.
Don't tell us,
Nick.
No, I'm telling you.
Flavors.
And there's beef jerky peppercorn from Pipeline.
And so are we going to rate them all on a scale?
Yes, I want you just to rate them on taste. But should we do 1 through 10 or 1 through 20?
10.
20.
Nobody ever does
20, because sometimes, if you want a little, some people go 8.5.
Can we do decimals? Can we do that?
Well, then
so
might as well
you
just
you just triggered John, apparently.
Well, no, I'm just saying, maybe we just do, it's easier to do.
Let's do it out of 100 then.
All right, fine.
Oh, damn it, Josh.
That's more fun, Nick. Then you can get very specific.
Bold of you to assume I can count that high.
67. That'd be 6.7 if you did it on a 10-point scale, or 13.4 if you did it on a 20-point scale. Now, should we all describe the masks? Look at Josh in the background of Nick. This is amazing. He looks like a villain in a horror movie.
It looks like the Volturi.
John Bishop sent out an email yesterday.
I did.
John said, now we're doing the jerky contest tomorrow.
Yes.
Circle jerky.
Everybody
Circle
bring
jerky.
a blindfold and make sure you remember a blindfold.
Yes.
And then he sent an email out at about 10:07 this morning.
Just to say, remember
And
the
it said,
blindfold.
remember, bring your blindfold.
But you had forgotten because it was 10:07?
That is correct.
Oh.
And I already knew that I was going to forget.
Yeah. So what do you have as your
I
blindfold?
have my coat, which
He's
I will
using his
wrap
coat.
the arms around my eyes, and it works just fine.
Hey, that's great. I have a running headband, and so I will cover my eyes.
Yep.
What does Nick have?
And I'll also close my
My
eyes,
hat.
too.
I'm going to take off my glasses and then put my hat down.
Oh,
I can
that's
super not
great.
see.
And it looks like producer Josh, is going to go Bill Belichick,
Yes.
Emperor Palpatine with the Jedi hood over
look
the
good,
eyes.
Josh.
I love this.
It works great.
Unlimited.
It's not a Jedi
All right, so
hood,
should we
it's
blindfold up?
Palpatine, John.
Yeah, so 1 through 100
1 through 100.
or 0 if you really hate it. I mean, 0.
Guess that's true.
And we've got 4 different kinds. So
Are we all going to be trying the same jerkies
yes, at the same time. Yes, you are. I'm just gonna.
I don't want to be influenced by these. I don't want to be.
Well,
influenced.
that's why you all get a number in your head, and then
Okay.
we'll just go
Okay.
around the horn
All right.
and
I'm blindfolding
ask.
up.
So, all right.
All right.
We're blindfolding right now?
Yep, blindfold up.
All right.
So you're all blindfolded. I will show the folks at home
What we're having first.
which one you are having first.
Have you?
Say it.
How are you? Are you just going to hand these to us, John?
I'm going to pass this bag around.
Behind the bag.
Okay.
What, Nick?
I can't see.
You can't see.
Hard to argue with that.
You guys
Josh,
hear me?
put your hand in my bag.
I can't tell if I'm at the microphone or not.
Ooh,
I can
John
hear you, Hepper.
Sack.
You're around.
Ooh, I got a big one. I reached into John Sack and got a big
It's a
one.
good thing I don't need my eyes for this
I
job.
can't see it. I truly can't. I know you can. No, I grabbed the
Should I?
flavors thing.
Are we waiting to smell?
Go.
can smell it if you want.
Oh, the smell boy.
Smells traditional to me.
Ooh, it smells good.
Smells like paying college kids. Yum, yum, yum.
Josh got the flavor stick.
Reach in, grab a piece.
I got it. Okay.
All right, give her a shot, boys.
All right.
All right,
Mm.
circle jerky, round 1.
It doesn't smell good? Josh. All right. I think this is a pretty traditional flavor. John, what are we? So we're doing a taste test. What are we just saying? What we like the most? Are we trying to guess what we're having?
Pretty
No, you don't
standard.
have to. No, I'm not asking you to guess. I'm just asking you to taste it.
Okay.
There's a little bit of a peppery pepper to it.
John, what are the flavors again?
There's
I guess that might give it away.
yeah.
Never mind. I think this is traditional. Yeah, Happer, you might be right. There might be.
You don't have to.
There's a
guess
bit of a
what it is.
wang.
You
There's
just
a
gotta
wang
tell
there.
you. You just gotta tell me what you think.
Okay.
So does everyone have a number in their head?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go in alphabetical order. Connor, what do you think?
That
1 to 100.
first piece of jerky was a very good 80 out of 100.
Whoa.
80.
Whoa.
Interesting.
Josh Peterson.
Let's go with a 72.
72.
I think it's good. Very good.
Josh Odson.
Not alphabetical.
Oh, that's right. Peterson isn't. Sorry.
Nah.
And neither is Grim.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking first names.
C.
60.
60
Whoa.
says
Whoa.
producer Josh.
Where's my water?
Nick.
68.
68.
Oh, but not a 69.
68.
It's not
Okay.
nice.
Okay.
Oh, I got it. Is this my water, John?
That's your water.
Okay, good.
This is great.
All right. Next up.
Oh,
Okay.
next round. Circle
on.
jerky. It's the
Do I have
circle
right one
jerky.
here?
Well, John passes this stuff out. A reminder that we're going to Vegas.
Ah, hell yeah, we are. And
Oh,
you
Oh, is that
can
what you've been
too.
teasing this whole time?
Oh, yeah. People can sign up now. 1620 the email. Thank you, John. I'm going into John's bag again.
We told
All
you
right.
you wanted to
Did I get a
subscribe
big
to
enough piece?
1620
This is
the
big
email.
enough.
Yep.
Yeah. Sign up today, and you can win a trip to Vegas for the college basketball playoff.
Hmm.
Ooh, this smells
got two
good.
pieces.
If you want, you can tickle some chains with me in
Yeah.
Las Vegas.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can hang out with Nick because Happer and I are going to be at the tables.
I'm going to be playing blackjack.
See, I don't
That's
know really how
all
to play it.
gonna
I'm
be
a
doing.
craps boy.
Oh,
This smells way better than the first one. No offense
It
to the
definitely
first
has a smell.
Oh, hello.
one. All right, I'm taking a bite.
You
All
guys
right.
don't like the smell of
Let
regular
me,
old jerky?
Let me
Mm.
show everybody at
Mm.
home which one they are enjoying
It's more moist
right now.
I feel like it's a little more moist.
This has got to be like a fiery.
Oh, there's some tang there.
Okay.
I think it smells better than it tastes. I'll be honest.
Oh my
Oh no, I
gosh.
dropped a piece on the floor, John. It fell off.
Hello. Okay.
Oh, was that your
On
head?
your computer.
Okay. Where is it at?
I have not tried this one.
There it is.
Mm.
5-second rule.
Hurt and Husker fan says the 50 Shades of 1620.
Hell yeah.
Mm.
We were making lots of Bird Box references off the air.
We were.
That one definitely is more tender.
Yes, it is.
Isn't
Yes.
it?
I like the mouthfeel better, but I actually think I like
I'm
the
ready to
taste of the
rule.
other one better.
I'm
All
also
right.
ready to rule.
Hang on a second. Let me put these bags down. So let's go in reverse order this time. Nick, you go first.
I'm giving this one an 86.
86
Uh-huh.
says Nick. Producer Josh.
85.
85.
Oh, no.
Boy.
Josh,
I'm sorry, boys. 62.
Yeah.
62. And Connor?
I prefer the first to the second jerky.
Yeah.
My ranking of this is a cool 69.
Nice.
69.
I liked
100.
the mouthfeel of this one much better. It was much
Interesting.
more tender, but I liked the flavor of the first one better.
I like dry jerky, and this was a good tender dry, but still very
All right,
flavorful.
hold on. I'm going to deblindfold and reset here.
Yeah, go ahead. You're
Is,
fine.
is this my water, John?
That is your water.
Thank you.
I love the fact everyone's now at my mercy. No, Nick, that's your water.
Ah,
It is definitely
it's not your urine.
not a
Damn
bucket
it,
of
again.
urine. Connor is putting his
What's
face-
Happer doing?
By the way, the 86 and the 85 for that one, two highest scores so far.
Wow, that's wild.
It was, I
Um,
really like
and
that.
by average,
Good texture, good mouthfeel,
yeah, that's
The mouthful was very good.
okay.
good flavor.
While Connor's getting, are you ready now, Connor?
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just going to do this.
All right. I will show the folks at home which one we are doing next.
Can you believe this is our job?
I
This
love
is our
this.
job.
Check the bags.
All right.
Ah, I'm so glad I'm in debt for this.
Into John's sack again. Did I get a big enough
my
piece?
sack. Got a nice
Oh,
piece.
there we go.
Into the sack. Into the sack.
Okay, I like the smell of this
Oh, I'm
one
taking
again.
a lot.
Yeah, you are.
My bad.
I like the smell of this one.
It's all free anyway. There you go.
Do you think the people that run 1890 and Pipeline are watching right now?
I hope so.
Me too.
Ooh.
Hi, Matt Davison.
Hi, Matt.
Nice
Hi,
catch, Matt.
Nice catch.
That was a really cool catch.
I don't know.
We're
about
not
the
talking
catch.
about whose leg it went off of.
No, no,
Not
no,
again.
we are not. I can't even remember that guy.
We're not doing it.
Oh.
All right, can we take a bite yet?
Yeah, go.
All right.
Mmm. Mmm. I like it. I think it tastes good.
Mm.
I like it better than the second one.
Really?
I hope John's not tricking us and just giving us the same one over and over and over.
I am not doing that.
Okay.
It's definitely not.
Mmm.
I am not doing that.
Yeah, I think I like this more than the second.
Hmm.
John, what did I give the first one?
You gave the first one
A 72?
a 60.
No, or the first one.
Oh, 72. I'm
72?
sorry. 72 you gave the first one.
Okay.
72. It is so far I've enjoyed all of them. I'm not gonna lie.
Mhm.
Agreed.
I would not kick any of these
Oh,
out of
no,
bed for eating crackers.
absolutely not. I eat all of them.
All right, let's start with Josh this time. Josh Peterson.
Okay. This one seems to have a little more spice. It's a little hotter.
Yep.
You know what? I'm gonna hang right around the other one. I'll go with the 73, so slightly better.
73.
Slightly
Okay.
better.
Slightly better than the first one. Connor.
I like what they were going for on this one in terms of flavor. Like the spice. I didn't like the texture as much as the first two. This one was a little more, I don't know, chewy, I guess.
Yeah.
So, gosh, it's really close between this one and the last one. I will say that this is ultimately, yeah, I prefer this one less to the last one. So I'm going to go with a 65 on this one.
65 on this one.
Yep.
Josh Odson.
One piece, very good. A whole bag, my mouth would be burning.
Thank
Yep.
you, Josh.
70.
70.
Josh, are you out on the
70.
spicy foods?
I like spicy food.
Okay.
Nick.
I like it the spice.
You'll never get this.
I really like this. I didn't like it as much as the last one, but I'm gonna give it an 83.
83. So a
Whoa!
little bit less than the last one, but 83.
I think Happer hit it nail on the head with the mouthfeel of this one.
Yeah.
Definitely not very good.
It's more fatty
The
than the last one.
Yeah.
I like them when they're nice.
All right.
and
Final
wet.
one. Let me show the audience at home what they are enjoying.
I bet the
Final
comments are
one.
right.
And Josh, here we go.
All right, there we go. John. Oh, did I? Okay.
John, let me reach in your bag.
Please take something.
All right. This is my least favorite smell of all of the jerkies.
It's time to reach into
Is this-
the
did I
meat
get the
sack.
It
stick
smells like bad meatloaf.
Oh, give me that meat sack.
What a meaty sack.
There we go, Nick.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah. no,
oh,
thank you.
oh.
Really? Yeah.
Josh, you were right. It does smell like meatloaf.
Yeah, and it kind of tastes like it too.
Oh, no.
This is my least favorite so far. Ooh, this is a tough. I have a prediction. I think 1 and 3 are the same company. I think 2 and 4 are the same company.
Mm.
It's
Dude.
sweet. It's sweet.
I don't like this one.
I thought
Why is it sweet?
2 and 3 were the same company, but
I
I
think
don't know
I think
anymore.
I think odd and evens are the same.
Hmm.
You think that odd and evens are the same?
I think 1 and 3 are the same company. I think 2 and 4 are the same company.
Okay.
Very similar mouthfeels.
Yep. No, the texture of 3 and 4 are the same.
See, one
Oh,
reminded,
interesting, because I got a really nice wet one over here.
one reminded
Ah.
me a lot about was it not Jack Daniels?
Jack Links.
Jack Link's jerky.
I think 3 and 4 are the same.
Interesting.
All right.
Nick, what's your guess
Let's
on
go.
what companies are the same?
I think Josh Odson has not gone first
All
yet,
right.
so Odson goes first.
45.
45. Ouch, Nick.
The smell hurts a little bit, but I do like the texture of this. I like my.
What about the taste?
It doesn't really taste like a whole lot to me, honestly.
Doesn't taste like a whole
Doesn't
lot.
taste like a whole
Give
lot.
it a 75.
75. Connor.
All right, so I don't want it to be sweet.
Oh, wait.
generally. I like a little spice to it. That was that had it was sticky. It was very sticky.
Yep. Yep.
Mm.
And I don't want it to be sweet. So I think ultimately this is my least favorite of them.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say that this is just a flat 50.
50.
Can I
And-
change mine? Because I just got the aftertaste.
Okay, Nick.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to move it down to 70.
70. All right. He's bumping it down. Josh.
I'm with Odson. Let's go with a 44.
44. He wanted
Yeah.
to be low ball.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. But you can take your blindfolds off. Let me
Okay, John, I'm excited.
Do
Oh,
a
it's so
quick-
bright in
Oh,
here.
God.
quick
Do I love?
tabulation. By the way,
Who do I support? The grassroots movement or the bad boys who just came
Now,
along?
real quick, do we have a guess on? So I think 1 and 3 and 2 and 4 are the same company.
I think 3 and 4 are the same, and 1 and 2 are the same.
I
Nick?
thought 2 and 3 were the same.
Okay.
Josh.
1 and 4 are the same.
Okay.
We
So
all
we're
think
all
differently.
different.
Wow.
I will tell you that Nick is correct.
2 and 3
2
are the
and
same.
3 are the same.
I got different
Interesting.
The same company.
Well, that's good because that means I liked and disliked one of each of the same company.
Same.
Because I disliked
Oh.
2 and 4 the most.
I liked 1 and 4. I liked 1 a lot. I liked 4 the least.
I for sure like 2 and 3.
Interesting.
I like 2 and 3 better, but I kind of really like the mouthfeel of 4.
Yeah, I liked
Mm.
1 and 3.
I like 2 and 3 the most medium.
I like the chewiness a little bit, but I need to be in the mood for that chewiness. But if I just have that dry, wet jerky.
What?
Mouthfeel is
Wow.
important
Too
in
hung up
jerky.
on mouthfeel.
By the way,
I love it.
No,
I
it's not.
I just saw a tweet from Amazing Daniel with screenshots, and we look hilarious.
I gotta see it.
We look very funny.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Happy New Year.
Where is it?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm tabulating. I'm
Thank
still
you,
doing
Daniel.
some adding here, and I want to get the graphic uploaded, so that's
Okay.
why I'm
He calls
stalling
us
here.
the Lone
Josh
Rangers.
in the background of this is amazing.
Josh is so funny.
I
Mm.
can't wait to see these. By the way, I cannot
Jen
wait
says,
to
I'm
see.
turning off Twitter if you don't pick Pipeline is the best because the defenders are sick. I think he meant sycophants.
This is the thing,
or
man.
did he say
We don't-
psychopaths?
We had no context for any of that.
Yeah, I have
No.
no idea what's
All
what.
of that was taken out.
All of it was taken out.
No
all right.
emotions, no ties.
Oh,
Also, hello, Matt. How you doing?
Yes.
Adam texting, you really shouldn't swallow the jerky if you want it to be a true taste test. Chew it up to taste it and then spit it out. That's what the
Like a wine,
like
guy?
winos.
But I like
I mean, I don't
eating
know
jerky.
about that. I
Mhm.
mean, geez, you know.
Yeah, I want more of whatever one I like the best.
Me too.
I want more of number one.
All right.
Or two.
And we've got
Two
that
was good,
done. Hopefully, this graphic will look good when I get it presented.
All right.
As
Should I turn off the little overlay?
yeah,
Get that out of the way.
yeah.
All right, cool.
Turn off the
Oh,
overlay. I
you
gotta
got
save it. Gotta upload it.
Oh yeah, it is a 1 beer Friday.
It was
today.
actually,
It
it
is.
was between, now, obviously, we all know, I mean, you can tell by process of elimination, the last one definitely was the least favorite of the four.
And
Yeah.
which brand was that?
Well, you'll see in just a second.
Oh,
All right.
Gotta wait for the
The
graphic.
I
anticipation.
like
The audience
it.
knows.
Just a second.
This is-
Oh.
But it was very close between the other three.
Yes, it was.
Very close between the other three.
We have varying tastes.
You do have varying
We are
tastes.
men of taste.
Men of taste. Oh, this thing is taking forever.
Wow, we don't have a drum roll in here anywhere.
It's grinding.
But ultimately,
and
I
grinding
like
and grinding.
I
There
like
we
a
go.
spell
thick
it right?
beef.
Yeah, I
like a
spelled it
thick
right.
No,
cut
it's on
beef
the
jerky
note.
All right.
that has some
Hold on,
spice
hold
to
on,
it.
hold on.
Ready? You got a drum roll?
Yep.
The winner with 309 out of a possible 400 points is the Cornhead Hickory. Or 302 of a possible
wow.
400
Which
points.
number was that?
That was the second one.
Oh
Yeah, I like number two.
Look what finished last. Oh no.
Ooh.
Oh no, we're gonna make everyone so mad.
The Cornhead actually finished first and second. The Hickory was first. The bold and spicy Cornhead was second at 291 of a possible 400. The pipeline peppercorn, which was the first one, had 280. So it was very close.
Yes.
That's the one that
Top
reminded me of
close.
Jack
It's
Link.
close.
I like Pipeline,
But-
the best, by the way.
but-
Peppercorn.
But the one you guys all didn't like,
Yeah, what
the
was
most-
that one?
that was the pipeline honey barbecue, which is a pork jerky. It's not beef. It was pork.
Exactly. Get it
Interesting
out of
that
here.
it smelled like
Pipeline.
meatloaf.
Try something
though.
else.
Yeah.
Pork shouldn't smell like
Sorry,
meatloaf.
Pipeline. I just thought
Sorry,
that one
Pipeline.
was horrible.
I
No
for the
offense.
record,
Yeah.
shout out to all my Pipeline people. I liked the first one, the Hickory. What did
You like
say?
the peppercorn
Yeah.
from
Give me the rest of
pipeline
that.
first.
Yeah, I like that.
There you go.
That's my number one.
That's yours, baby.
Can I
Thank you.
get the all
Nick,
natural?
you get the meatloaf.
The all,
No.
all natural.
Sorry, the Cornhead Hickory. There we go. Can I get the Hickory, please?
The Cornhead Hickory.
Yes, please.
Because that
Wow.
was your favorite.
Yes.
There we
Thank
go.
you.
This is sweet. We get whole bags of
Woo!
jerky.
John, did you get jerky?
I got the rest of these in the bag.
No,
Jerky
you got
John.
the touch bags.
I got all the bags you
The
touched.
finger
Oh,
bags.
that
I'll take
makes sense because when
John,
I
I'll
was
take either a
reaching in,
bold
I'm
and
like,
spicy
these
or the
bags
first
all
one. I'll take
feel-
either of the
Well-
first or third.
Well, that's what Connor. But
Oh, he got it all.
yeah,
Oh,
there's,
no,
that's
no.
the
You
bold
wanna
and
share?
spicy.
No, I'm good.
That's the bold and spicy, and nobody wants the pork jerky.
Thank you, 1890.
Thank you, 1890. Oh, Josh, I'm sorry. Did you want some of this? Want to split it? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we can just
Well,
leave this in the
which
studio.
one is that? Which one is
Well, this
that?
is the Hickory. He and
That's-
I both loved the
Well,
Hickory.
hold on. Here,
Oh.
you can have the rest of what's ever.
So what's
in
the lesson
this.
that we learned over here today?
Ask for jerky and you will get
God,
jerky.
that is so true.
That's such a good lesson.
Yes,
What
it's
other
a good
food do we
lesson for
really
life.
want to
What-
try on
Let's
the
just
air?
keep asking for jerky.
Yeah, man, we do love.
Oh, the steak wars.
Yeah. Yes, it's time to do the steak wars, folks.
Send
The
steak.
circle
Cornhead
steaky.
Hickory?
Mm.
Is there an example of a thing, a big brand, where there was an
My
already
brand.
established thing, but the second one came in and then just dwarfed it and was way better? Is there an
Mhm.
example of that? Like, did that happen to Coca-Cola? Or
No,
was Coca-Cola the one to do that?
What would we consider Dr. Pepper? Would you consider Dr. Pepper Coca-Cola adjacent?
No.
Or is that
No.
Pepsi
That's his own
adjacent?
thing.
It's
It's a brand-
adjacent to something.
Totally a new thing,
Well, those
Okay.
are. You're talking about the flavor.
Yeah.
like the style.
It's just
Dr. Pepper is its own thing.
yeah,
Okay.
spiced, maybe spiced drink or something. I don't know.
I
Okay.
stand by my thing too. This is really good. Very good beef jerky. Thank you, Pipeline.
Mhm.
Thank you, Pipeline.
Thank you, Pipeline and Cornhead.
Again, I liked all of them.
Oh,
I think my
sorry.
favorite was the Cornhead Bold and Spicy.
That was number 2, right?
That was number 3.
Oh, number 3.
Pick
Mhm.
number 3, Miller.
I
What
like
did you say, John? Was your favorite?
the Cornhead Bold and Spicy.
Yeah, that's the one that I'm.
I like the spice on there.
Mm-hmm.
I like how this
The
one just falls
Pipeline though
apart.
was good too. The Pipeline peppercorn was good.
Peppercorn.
Yep. 1 and 3 were
That's
my
yours,
fave.
yeah.
Ha! Bigelow says, "Nice jerky, Matt." That's what Tom Osborne said when they got on the bus.
There's good marbling on this one. The
Good marbling.
good marbling. It just,
Good
that's what makes it
marbling.
fall apart in your mouth.
Mm.
Marbling.
Good stuff, John. Well done on the organization of all this. You did a very good job.
You did good.
Mm-hmm.
I think we all learned a lot about
John
ourselves.
is the
today, too.
JM, the jerky master.
The jerky master. He's had a lot of experience.
I've had a long time of experience.
Master
Nick
jerky.
likes a lot of marbling.
I do like marbling.
You all love mouth.
Mouthfeel.
Mouthfeel is important.
Oh, yeah. Somebody just emailed in about that. John says the term mouthfeel and moist have been used way too many times during this taste test.
Hey, this was always going to happen. It's circle jerky.
It's important. That's what
Yeah.
happens.
Back when we had the servers, what restaurant was that? Were they from? Oh, Twin Peaks.
Mhm.
There was this woman who came in from Twin Peaks. Do you remember Twin Peaks? And she said moist a lot,
Mhm.
but her coworker didn't like it.
Mhm.
So one would say moist and the other would go, ugh. So we like saying the word moist
We
on
do
the
like
radio.
the word moist.
I think moist is a fine word.
it's a good
Moist
word.
is fine.
It's a great word.
Fine word.
There's nothing wrong with the word moist,
Mm-hmm.
in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And free jerky is great.
And free jerky is great.
I love
I've
free
eaten
jerky.
so much jerky over the last 6 months, and I've never paid for any of it.
That's the dream right there.
This
The best jerky is
Big
free
Ten Media
jerky.
Days, Old Trapper sent us home with like 6 pounds of beef jerky.
Holy God.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing.
Beef jerky.
We might have stole it. but-
All-time road trip food. You get that and you be in the parents' van, you open it up and it stink up the whole van. Good times.
And
You
you'd
really
be
don't
farting
need
all over the
anything
place
else.
afterwards.
Yeah,
What a life.
it is a good life.
I
Mhm.
want jerky forever.
I do too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I want to thank Cornhead and Pipeline
Yes.
Yeah, thanks
for
for
being
sending
great
us stuff.
sports, for sending this along. And again, I liked them all. I mean, that I would have been fine with any of them.
Ultimately, it was all close except for the turkey jerky.
Well, the pork
The
one.
pork
pork
jerky.
jerky, yeah.
The meatloaf jerky.
Which was always a risk. It
In
was
my-
always a risk.
Yeah, in my opinion,
Bold strategy, Cotton.
this is only my opinion. I think jerky has to have the peppercorn or the spice. It's got to have
Yes.
peppery spice.
Agreed.
Mhm.
Nothing
Sweeter
sweet.
jerky, I can do it, but you got to have some heat behind it too.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
It can't just be sweet.
Yep.
Can't just be sweet. It's got to be sweet and spicy, like good barbecue.
Jack Link's for a while. That's like the most famous one that's in like stores, right? Jack
Mhm.
Link's beef jerky.
Slim Jim.
No, not Slim Jim. It was like this, but it wasn't that Jack or
Yeah.
is that
I'm saying
okay?
I'm giving you another
So
example.
they did. Oh, I see. They did it. It was Louisiana hot sauce.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
It was awesome, and then it just disappeared. I never saw
See,
it again.
I don't remember the name of the company or who made it, but there's this jerky that I used to get back home where it was very, very stiff, tough jerky.
Oh,
It kind of looked like tree bark, but it tastes really good, and you let it sit in your mouth. It was a mouth sitting jerky.
okay.
Delicious.
Yeah.
Some good fat on there, some good marbling,
Mm.
chewy.
Marbling. Stop saying marbling.
Oh, here it
Marbling.
is. There it is, John. Look at that. Jack Link's
Jack Link's beef.
Louisiana hot sauce beef jerky. But yeah, I don't think it's around anymore. I think it died. I think
Mm.
it died on the vine.
How good is the old Trapper?
It was the pepper jerky was really good, but then they also had like a kind of like a like they went for like an Asian kind of deal.
Yeah.
It wasn't as good because it was sweet.
Yeah.
It was too sweet.
Teriyaki, maybe?
Yeah, I guess. Yes, I
Yeah.
think that's what it was.
Teriyaki's a pretty popular flavor of jerky, too.
Mustache Adam says 5 grown men sitting around discussing their preference in meat makes for great radio.
Hell yeah, guys being dudes.
You are all boys of jerky.
And
Yeah.
by the way, the purpose of this was A, to just get free jerky, B, to figure out which one we like the best,
And content.
and content.
The
But-
crossover's done
But
now.
the whole politics of the situation, I think we all can agree we don't really
care.
care.
I would
No.
not like to weigh in on this.
No.
Pedro
I-
writes, "Hi guys, is there a vegan
Yeah.
jerky?"
Oh, I'm sure there's
What a great question. Didn't you meet
Not-
Pedro recently?
not from these.
Met Pedro. Pedro came up to me at a Creighton game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
He said, "It's me, Pedro."
That's great.
Oh.
It's nice to meet you, Pedro. Well,
Nice to
I
meet
didn't
you.
meet you, but it would be nice.
And I
to
said, "I
meet
love
you.
your text signature. Thanks, Pedro."
Thanks, Pedro.
Asian Joe says an Asian type of deal, and I wasn't consulted. No wonder the flavor was a miss.
Seriously, that's a tough look.
I apologize for not being able to come up with the word teriyaki.
Josh,
What are you doing?
very quickly, I just want to toot our own horn. The last 2 hours of radio here on 1620 The Zone, you've gotten Frank Caliendo, Steve Sipple revealing that Bill Moose is writing a tell-all book about the University of Nebraska and his cat, and the Jerky Wars.
Look at us.
Yay, us.
Yeah, did you hear about this, John?
No, I missed this.
Yeah, I walked in because I haven't heard Sipple yet either. Bill Moose is writing a book, so we need advanced copies.
Oh my God, do we? And I want the interview. I want the first interview.
Yeah,
So
we need
here's
to
the
get
story.
Bill
Sipple's
on.
late. Yeah, and we're like, what?
Classic.
Amazing.
And then he texts me and he goes, 5 minutes. I go, all right. He calls in and we have him on the show. And he goes, sorry, I was on the phone. And so I just said, Sipple, who were you on the phone with? He could either choose to tell me or not.
Yeah.
And he said, I was on the phone with Bill Moose. You know, Bill Moose.
Bill Moose.
And I go, what did Bill want to talk to you about? He goes, well, he's writing a book about all of his times.
Amazing.
Not just about Nebraska, but throughout his time around sports and in sports. And apparently it's coming along very well. He's got a
Just downloaded
publisher
it.
and it's close to release.
Did he? It's already
What?
close to release.
He's
Holy
written
crap.
250 pages.
Did he do it all himself, or does he have a ghostwriter?
Yeah, is
or
this
a-
Apparently
an
he's on the
assistant?
ranch writing.
Is this a
That's
self?
what
So
he's
it's going to be self-published?
No, he has a publisher.
No way.
Oh
Yes.
my!
Wants it out for football season.
You know, I'm
We have okay. So think about it. In all these years and of all the turmoil that has happened here locally,
we've always wanted a book.
we've always wanted a book, and we've never gotten one from any principal from any era.
Yep.
Whether it's the Solich and Peterson stuff, or the Callahan Peterson stuff, or Pelini, whatever. Haven't gotten anything.
Mm-hmm.
And Bill Moose.
Yep.
Of course,
Of
it's going
course.
to be Bill Moose.
Yep.
That's going to be the one. Now, I wonder how much of the beans he's actually going to spill
I mean,
on the Nebraska stuff.
We know Bill Moose. He likes to talk about things.
He doesn't shut up at times.
That is
Maybe-
true.
Maybe he should.
Yes.
So
Oh
if
my
that's any
gosh.
indication, his book is going to be absolute nails.
Mm.
It's going to be awesome.
Yeah. Ooh,
That's
great,
true.
Yeah.
That's true. He doesn't have anything to protect.
Like, no offense. He's old. Like, he doesn't care. He's you
Right.
know,
And he's got a ranch.
Yeah.
And he got a great buyout.
exactly. He has all the things that he needs.
That
in
might
life.
be the first book I read in years.
Chance writes, Winds of Winter has been replaced by a Bill Moose tell-all. Yeah, we'll never get book 6 of A Song of Ice and Fire, but Bill Moose.
will release a book in that.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill. I will read this. We will all read this book.
Oh,
Sipple said,
yes.
Sipple
We will do
said
a book
it will
club.
be news. It will be news.
I'll even
probably
read this
in-
book.
in Nebraska. Like, you know, he's going to tell stories about his time in Nebraska. It'll be news. People
Yeah.
will want to hear.
Now,
about
okay.
I'm going to skip all the Washington State chapters.
it. Me too.
He wants to have this done by football season.
According to Sipple.
See,
That's a fast turnaround.
it is a fast
Well, if he's
turnaround,
already
but
got 200
also,
pages.
Fact
I don't know when he
checking.
started.
but how many people are going to be upset, even though Matt Rule has absolutely nothing to do with Bill Moose, that we get dirty laundry aired about Nebraska right before football season?
I can imagine a very specific sect of the fan base won't be a fan.
I would almost, I mean,
Same one that cares about this.
yeah, same one that cares about this, but I almost wonder if it would make more sense just from a PR standpoint, from Bill's standpoint, because Bill, again, doesn't care about what Nebraska thinks. But if he wants a less hostile,
Mm.
um,
The hostile boys.
what's the word I'm looking for?
Response?
A less hostile response, that maybe he pushes it up if he can to earlier, or waits until the winter.
Or
I
does
think
he
he
care?
should push it up to the College World Series. If
Yes.
he can. And then we could just read Bill Moose's book on the air.
Well,
in the
Now,
shows,
that
Josh.
is
Actually,
content.
That is content.
Andy on the YouTube chat
Oh, what
has
does
a
Andy say?
better idea.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
We need Farron to read
Farron's
this.
Book Club.
We'll bring it back, baby. I don't
I
hate to
believe
say.
we will be bringing this back.
Mhm,
If Mike, if you somehow, some way are actually listening to this,
mhm.
you're going to be getting another book from us.
How many pages
This
do
one
we
will be
think?
bigger than a comic book, but we will have him definitely do excerpts.
Oh, yeah.
The juiciest excerpts
Oh, yeah.
of the Nebraska parts from Bill Moose's book. We will have Farron read.
How
What's
many
up, Nick?
pages do we think this is going to be? Because
Well, he
Well,
said
He's
220.
written 250
he's
already.
written 250. He wants it to release by, I'm assuming, August.
So that tells
or
me
June.
that he is refining it right now, and so the length will probably be about 250.
that
You think
is that
so?
enough to get through his time everywhere?
No, but it's it's not going to be.
I feel like we're not going to get any
This
details.
isn't this
Well,
isn't a
yeah.
biography about Oppenheimer.
Right, but I feel like if it's that short, it's not going to be anything
Well,
crazy.
along those lines, Hurt Husker fan writes, I'd like to the fact that Sipple specifically said, oh, yeah, there are some things in there Nebraska is going to need to urgently address when this comes out. Kind of said it in passing, but tells me there's going to be some unknown things that might be concerning.
No, I think, well, that's not exactly how I took it.
Okay.
But I think he was more thinking about the idea of like, hey, he wrote about Nebraska. People are going to want to read it, and they will, and it will be newsworthy because of the reaction to it. It'll bring up old stuff. Yeah, but I don't know about like Nebraska needs to say something about it. I that's not what I took from Sipple.
Well,
I don't know. You guys can go listen to it, but I don't know.
Well, okay, let's put the pieces together. Who in power is the same
Bingo.
from when Bill Moose was here, outside of some Board of Regents members?
Basically, everyone's
Literally
gone
nobody.
now.
Yeah.
Because the chancellor's different, the president's different.
At all
Now, the
levels,
board-
people
now-
are gone.
Now there are some Board of Regents that are around. So if like, I'm not going to name any names, but some of the longer term Board of Regents folks, if there's anything about them, I don't know if there is. I'm just saying. But those are the only people I would think in administration.
I think this will be a book focused more on Frost
I just want the Frost stuff.
and him, and
That's all.
maybe,
That's all I just want the Frost.
maybe a
stuff.
little Fred Hoiberg stuff.
Cheesesteaks in Philadelphia. Come on,
Yeah.
man. It wasn't just cheesesteaks.
Oh,
in
yeah.
Philadelphia.
We need that story for
Mhm.
sure. Obviously, the Oklahoma fiasco.
Oh yeah, the Oklahoma
yes.
fiasco is going to be very interesting.
Because he hated that. He wanted the game.
Remember
he
when
loves college football.
Remember when he left? Friend of the Grum and 4:30 guest today, Sam McEwen, included that in kind of the goodbye, the Bill Moose goodbye write-up, where Bill basically was like, yeah, by the way, that was Frost. I just want to confirm
Yep.
that wasn't
Yes.
me.
Yes.
He loved the idea of playing Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
He had a very romanticized way of looking at college football. He would never have
He
gone to
did.
that game. being
By the way,
canceled.
I just got a message reminding me that the current governor of the state of Nebraska was a regent during.
That's right.
Let's do it.
That's right.
Thank you, Cardhead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you again.
That's right.
Thankfully, we're having this discussion now and not 10 minutes ago. Hmm.
Oh, that's going to be very
I can't wait.
interesting.
I hope this happens. We need this.
Yeah,
we
we've
need a
never
book.
gotten a book on any of this.
I know. We need a book. I want a book.
We've needed somebody to just and listen. It's going to be one person's account of a situation.
Oh, people
There's
are gonna-
always going to be other people that are going to have other sides of the
matter.
story, but we've never gotten any of it from any side.
Is the last book, John, about the inner workings of Nebraska, the walk-on who played under Solich? That's the last
Yes.
book. And that came out when I was a freshman in college.
What
Yeah.
about the Scott Frost picture book? That was a book. Where is it?
Where's that comic?
Did Farron keep it?
Oh, where
No,
is
we
it?
sent him his own.
I know I have an extra copy in my desk. Oh, that needs to be on the wall of
It does.
random.
It does need
I
to
think
be
we
on the
used
wall.
to
of
have one over
random.
there and somebody took it.
Yeah, what the hell?
I think that one that
Did
we
that get
just
thrown
had
out
was
in
gone.
Big Trash Day?
It might have gotten thrown out.
Oh
in a trash
man,
bag.
that's
Big Dumpster Day?
Oh, that's where that
That's a
went?
huge deal.
Yeah, someone took it down.
Blur it.
Oh, that's why they took it down. They
Oh,
got the
that-
scarf.
they-
Well,
Hang up
no,
the
because
That was down.
it was
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
it
you're
was
right.
down before the scarf was there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, that was interesting.
The
I love
circle
beef jerky. Thank you.
Let's
Yes,
do this again.
Cornhead and Pipeline, thank you again
Yes.
for your support and support the brand you want.
Yes, that's my take.
They're both good.
Support them
room,
both.
There's room for both, John. Wouldn't you say that there's
Yes.
room for both?
Yes.
Yes, I would.
I would too.
The room for both.
I'm
boys.
Happy
trying not to-
New Year.
Yes, Happy
I'm
New
just
Year,
here not to
everybody.
get fined.
Happy New Year. Hopefully by the time where we say Happy New Year in real life, we all enjoyed the Bill Moose book.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh man, we could have a whole section of crossovers on the Bill Moose.
Seriously,
book.
we can do a Bill Moose book club.
We could call it the Bill Moose saga.
Stay
Chapter-
tuned for
Chapter
about
2.
2 days from now, after you hear this, for the crossovers after the Bill Moose book comes out. You're either going to hear us reacting very, oh my gosh, or hey, whatever happened to that Bill Moose book?
Bingo.
Yes, John. And if we're like that, we need to raise some questions to some people around here.
Yes.
Mm.
Why did the book get banged? What happened to the book?
Did someone burn it?
Interesting.
All of us doing dramatic readings of each chapter of the Bill Moose book and putting it on our YouTube channel would be amazing.
I agree, Nick. Hearing you read a whole chapter would be amazing.
I know.
I hope
Out
Sipple's
loud?
quoted.
I
in the
can't
book.
do that.
Mhm.
I need Sipple to be
You can
quoted
do
in
all
the
the
book.
Sipple quotes.
Yeah. Hey, Yeah, thanks for calling me.
I can't wait to talk to Sipple on Tuesday.
What you need
Yeah.
another shipment of Dorothy Lynch again?
Oh yeah, hey,
Fine, I'd be happy.
Along those lines, one more. Where was it? Was it a comment on YouTube? Maybe it was. Amazing Daniel. He's here it is. I can't wait to read it on a farm while dipping Runza and Dorothy Lynch and giving away other people's money. There you go. He's very. No one hated Bill Moose earlier than Amazing Daniel, outside of Washington State fans. He hated that guy. He hated him from day one.
Good on you. That's a take that aged well.
Very, very well. Very well. Happy
All right.
Year.
With that said, it's a Friday, One Beer Friday. And the good news is we'll have some extra jerky here for our beer.
Jerky and beer.
Oh, that's a great call.
I don't think I've ever paired those.
They go great together.
They do.
Salty and beer.
Just like 1620 and The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
Andy Reid was talking in one of his interviews about how Taylor Swift made the team homemade Pop-Tarts.
What if she releases it in a song?
It's just called Pop-Tart.
1/4 cup of sugar. Almond extract brings out the flavor.
$4.50, 20 minutes.
Put a toothpick in it. Put a toothpick in it. If it comes out clean, it's yours.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
More sunshine this afternoon, staying warm and breezy with the high today in Omaha of 62 degrees and southerly wind gusts possible up to 25 miles an hour. Mostly clear and pretty mild tonight, though breezy early. A low by tomorrow morning, 34 degrees. Mostly sunny, warm, and breezy with very high fire danger for your Saturday, a high tomorrow of 72. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Are you a delivery driver looking for a better job opportunity? Host Coffee is a local family-owned coffee, water, and vending company that has been in business since 1972. We are growing, and we now have openings for delivery drivers and other positions starting at $22 an hour with full benefits. If you're interested, visit hostcoffee.net/careers to connect with us.
Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Trees, are they all the same? Not at Lanahaw. Grown from a quality seed source, handcrafted in our local farms for generations, and acclimated to our tough Midwestern climate, Lanahaw's trees are different. Simply put, they're better. Much like our trees, we take great pride in being homegrown. Visit our garden center to find your next tree today. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Hi, this is Stacey McElligott, Director of Sales for NRG Media Omaha. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished bilingual new business development salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to the next level. Is this you? Our multimedia account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG Media lets you make a real difference in our community. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, Omaha dog lovers, get ready for more wags and more fun. Hound HQ, your dog's favorite spot for daycare, boarding, and top-notch grooming is now open. At Hound HQ, there's plenty of space for a pup to sleep, play, and everything in between. Plus, our expert groomers are here to ensure your furry family member always looks fabulous. Join our pack on Facebook and Instagram at The Hound HQ, or visit our website, thehoundhq.com, and sign up your dog today. Hound HQ, more wags, more fun.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
It's mulch better at Lanahaw. Planning to wake up your tired yard for spring? Make your landscape the envy of the neighborhood with mulch from Lanahaw's Garden Center, where quality is always a priority. Convenient pickup or delivery available. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Yeah, it's a Friday, pretty decent day out there. I hope everyone's having a wonderful day, and that means we've got Movie Club, and Sam McEwen's going to join us today.
How nice was it to drive here and have the wind at your back on the way?
Was it?
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Well, Omaha is north of Lincoln,
Well,
and the wind was going north today.
Well,
it was.
Northeast.
Yeah, the
Which is where John was going.
Right.
So it was more of a crosswind.
I'll say this.
It felt more north on my back when I
Well,
was.
but I'll say this:
You can say it now.
Run.
It didn't feel like the wind was buffeting me, like it does at times. But when you drive up the interstate, once you get past the way station just east of Lincoln, the interstate goes really northeast until you get up here to the basically the Millard exit, or just a little past the Millard exit. So if you have a southwest wind, it would be at your back.
And that's talking wind.
And that's
There you go.
talking directions.
Well, I'm happy that you
Talking
made
direction.
it. I'm happy you made it. I'm happy it's sunny
Well,
again.
I'm happy we got jerky.
There was
Happy we got jerky.
there was a wreck on the interstate. At 60th Street, which is where I usually get off the interstate, and so I had to detour because I could see the traffic backing up.
So you
And
go north
and
then?
so I got off on 84th Street.
Okay.
And then snaked my way in, up Pacific through Exarban Village, blah blah blah.
Oh, nice.
It was a very scenic drive. A lot of people wanting to park.
There are so many people that want to park over in Exarban.
There are a
People
lot
like
of people.
parking.
They like parking. They like Exarban Village. It's a fine place.
I like
I didn't
the
realize there was an
parking in
Oklahoma
Exarban.
Joe's over there.
You like the parking?
I
in
think Exarban parking is very good.
They have street parking and it's free, and they have
Garage parking.
They have garage
and
parking.
it's also free.
It's also
The funny
free.
thing is, and which, by the way, tip of the hat, congrats to you.
Omaha.
But people hate parking in garages. They want that rock star parking right out in front.
I mean, I do like Rockstar parking.
I
out
do
in front.
too, but
I don't mind
If
the
it's
garage
free
park.
though, and you're going to be there for a while, maybe you're going to
Right.
see a movie,
I'm fine with the garage park.
maybe you're going to a pizza place over there.
Oh.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this, John?
no, what?
We're doing an amazing giveaway. The name of this giveaway is 1620 The Watch Party.
Oh.
Indeed. And you could win the grand prize of all grand prizes, a fly away to Vegas to stay at the Circa Resort and Casino. Nick will be there. Happer will be there. I'll be there. We'll be by the pool.
Thank you, Circa Sports.
It's going to be amazing. And the other qualifiers, which we'll have two, will win a watch party at the Back Lot Tap House in Exarban.
Oh.
Which is where we're talking about right now.
Where there's excellent parking.
Excellent parking. How about that?
Subscribe now. 1620 The Zone.
So
Subscribe to the email.
this is why we've been saying you should subscribe today.
We told you.
Correct.
Because if you subscribe today, you can get in on the advance. Well,
Mhm.
now you definitely want to subscribe today. Go to 1620thezone.com because
Mhm.
that's the only way you can win.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The only way you can win. You can register by going there, and then how are we picking the winner? Do you know? You know how
Nope.
that's working? working?
Don't know.
Oh, all right.
But I'm sure it's great.
But it's coming from the folks who have subscribed today.
Yeah, think about that. Normally our prizes, it's like you got to be listening at a certain time.
Yeah, we're
Some
not
people
doing
are like,
we're not doing caller 4.
No. Everyone has an email address except for Chris Berman. Chris Berman is the only person who won't have a chance to win this prize.
Or there's some guests I've tried to reach out to for the show that claim they have an email, but it's an AOL, and then I always gets bounced back to me.
Bingo. I got a bounce back today. So there you go.
Yeah.
Just have an email address and you can win. Think about that. You in Vegas watching the college basketball playoff at the pool, which is where Happer and I will be doing shows.
I'll be there too.
Nick will be there too, tickling chains.
Tickle some chains in Vegas with me.
Happer and I are going to go to play craps and blackjack, but Nick is going to go play frolf.
I'll for sure play blackjack.
Where is there a frolf course on the strip?
He's looked it up.
I have looked it up. There's
It's
one
like a
just off the strip.
20-minute Uber drive. He's going to leave us.
So the big one that I'd like to go to, well, yeah, it's about 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Think about that. We're in Vegas, and Nick's going to be like, see you later, guys.
I'm going to go
to
frolf.
I'm going to go to a frolf course.
We don't have that frolf course here.
I mean, hard to argue with that, Nick.
I guess.
I didn't think about it from that perspective. You can win a prize. You can win a prize.
You can win a prize.
You get a prize.
So go to 1620thezone.com, subscribe today, because it's either a Vegas trip.
Yep.
Or you could get a watch party for it's the first weekend, right?
Yes. So the watch party is for the first weekend.
Yep.
And so one person will get Thursday, one will get Friday.
Yep.
And then the grand prize is for the second weekend of the college basketball playoff.
Yes. And this is the college basketball playoff.
You know, we love that thing. I love the college basketball
college
playoff.
basketball playoff.
And so the first
that is yet to be sullied by the dirty hands of the folks who are trying to ruin the college football playoff.
Correct.
Dribble, pass, shoot. Basketball is fun.
And so the Thursday prize and the Friday prize, you get like a table, you get spending money.
Ooh.
Oh, man. And you get to watch games. You don't have to worry about getting there early. That's the worst part of the college basketball playoff, right? Is like, oh, man, I want to go watch games all day, but I got to get there early. You got a table locked and loaded.
With delicious food.
Delicious food.
You bring the boys. Have food with the boys.
Or the girls. Jeez, Nick, women listen to our show too.
Well, it's BOI. It's gender neutral. Boys.
Oh, okay.
Everyone can be a boy.
The rooferees run Grum down, the John Higgins Weather Guard rooferees. Can't win them all.
No, you cannot.
Unless you're 76 Indiana or the 72 Dolphins.
Fins up.
But what does the Big Red report say? Will Creighton face a short-handed Marquette? Doesn't mean that their hands are short. It just means they might be without one key guy.
Yes, they will. Maybe. Probably.
Kent's Movie Club today. Something that sounds absolutely disgusting. Did the film also follow suit? Licorice Pizza.
Oh.
We ever figure out why they called it Licorice Pizza?
Just one of those metaphor.
It's
what is it, a
It's
metaphor
not a
for
metaphor?
bad pizza?
No, it's not a metaphor.
Then what is it?
Nick,
If it's not a
first of all,
metaphor?
I'm curious as to what you think it's a metaphor for.
Bittersweet.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case.
Wait a minute. Why would I don't think of pizza as being bitter.
Yeah, no, I don't know, John.
I
I
thought
just assumed it was a metaphor that I didn't understand.
Named after former chain of record shops in Southern
Oh,
California.
that's right. Kent told us this last week.
Yeah, exactly.
But wait a minute. The movie never took place in never. We'll get to it later.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later. Don't spoil it.
How is adding a June signing day going to fix things? Sam McEwen of the Omaha World Herald. Gary Bettman puts the Gretna NHL idea on ice.
Oh, Gary.
Oh.
Gary?
What are we going to do with all those testicles?
You can't put them back in our bodies.
You can't.
Well, they can transplant hearts. Why can't they transplant those?
That's fair. I don't know.
That's a lovely question, John.
I wonder if that's ever happened.
Predictions and One Beer Friday presented by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild.
Wow.
And that's your Grum Down.
I can't wait.
To the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
I loved it when I opened the fridge earlier this week and I was like, let's check out what kind of beers we have.
Scratchtown.
And I saw the three letters that I love seeing. I-P.
STP.
UP?
IPA, Nick.
Old man Doug's going to call us.
Yeah, he just emailed, actually. So he says, can I stop by at the game tomorrow for a taste?
You going to give old man Doug a taste at the game tomorrow,
Give him a taste, John.
Give him a taste.
Open your bag for him and have him reach on
Let
in.
him nibble. from your bag, John.
I'm not going to.
The bag nibbler.
I don't know what anyone's talking about.
Mhm.
402-951-1620. The 42 degrees, the source hotline by your mom's house.
Mm-hmm.
John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. That is the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. Answer the phone in the first ring. And the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620, where
Zoom.
We have a poll question for you today. Do you approve of the proposed 14-team college football playoff multiple auto bid model in which the Big Ten SEC get 3 auto bids each, the Big 12 ACC get 2, the G5 get 1, and the rest are at large? Your options, and again, I know there's a lot of different options for different playoffs, so I tried to come up with as many popular ones as 4 would allow.
Sure.
First one is I approve. So you approve of this idea that's being proffered by the powers that be. Would you prefer to ride with the 12-teamer as is, even though we've technically never had it as is? We've
That's
never
true.
experienced it.
As is going to be in December. I can't wait for as is.
Go top 14 with no auto bids, or go top 16 with no auto bids. So in other words, you just take the top 14 or the top 16 teams as the committee ranks them, plug them in, and play.
Mm-hmm.
You can vote right now. JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Just vote, let us know, and we will share some of those results here in a little while.
Also, one of the things that we have talked about a lot with the new playoff idea is what it means for the Big Ten and the SEC. One thing that we have not explored a whole lot is the most beneficial league or leagues in this actually the Big 12 and the ACC? I'd like to opine about that a little bit later, too.
As in they're
the ones who are actually benefiting the most, maybe, because they're getting 2 berths, so we can explore that as well. I do want to explore this tweet from Sam, who writes, Josh loves IPAs, jogging, and dabbles on r/Bill Simmons. This show is perfectly calibrated for me.
Oh,
look at that. There's got to be at least 2 other people that are exactly like that, right?
There's dozens of us.
Yeah, we like going on the Bill Simmons subreddit and reading the pretend Ryan Russillo monologues. And we love IPAs and going for a nice jaunt. Man, those are my people. Yeah, I need to find someone like that. Nope, neither of you are that. All right?
We're not that. We're not.
Well, I need to find people that like to tickle chains.
They're out there, Nick. I saw them at Cunningham last weekend. They were there.
You should go tickle some chains, bro.
Not for me. Not for me.
All right, we will continue. We'll look back at last night.
Oh, I undo my clap. I apologize.
Oh,
we'll look back at last night, and we will look at what the Big Bart Big Red Report has to say on 1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
JTech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers, offers exterior solutions that help you protect your #1 investment. Whether it's roofing and siding or windows and doors, they're committed to excellence, quality, and outstanding customer service in every step of the process. When it's time to protect the exterior of your home, your choice is simple. Turn to who the Huskers turn to, JTech Construction. Check them out online and schedule a free estimate today. JTech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers.
It's no secret getting older can take away a lot of things we took for granted. Your hair, your mood, your sex drive, but there's 2 important things. 1, you're not alone. And 2, something can be done about it. I'm John Bishop. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com and do something about it. Hims.com is private. The entire process is online. No office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims.com is shipped in low-key packaging direct to you. Hims treatments fit seamlessly into your everyday lifestyle. The plan is simple to follow. And Hims has helped millions of guys like us with their hair loss, ED, and mood. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit. HIMS.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska-brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
Every Friday, we bring you discounts to some of your favorite businesses in the Metro. The thing is, 1 week just isn't enough. Welcome to OmahaWeekendDeals.com. This weekend's deal is to 72 Table and Tap, just south of Ralston Arena. 72 Table and Tap hits the spot for creative food, craft beer, and great Irish whiskey every time. Stop in after the game, a concert, or just because. 72 Table and Tap. Eat, drink, gather, and repeat. Head to OmahaWeekendDeals.com to get yours. That's OmahaWeekendDeals.com.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
The Zone hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
I know it's easy when you're a Nebraska ball fan to get all caught up in your feels after a loss and instantly think that the world is coming to an end.
Mm-hmm.
But it was going to end at some point. I mean, the winning streak was going to end at some point. Not that it was this hellaciously long winning streak by any stretch of the imagination, but certainly Nebraska had built up a lot of goodwill. A lot of goodwill. But last night, it came up short. And I know a lot of folks are going to focus on the foul discrepancy and the 20 fewer free throw attempts. In other words, what seems to always happen on the road.
Mm-hmm.
I said seems to. It doesn't always happen on the road, but it certainly seems that way, where you get a wild foul discrepancy. But, yeah, I mean, Ohio State has been playing well since they let Chris Holtmann go. And I know it's frustrating because they were without their point guard last night. But sometimes that can actually be disadvantageous to the team like Nebraska, who then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we got to prepare for something else. I think back to just a couple of weeks ago when Butler came into Omaha and we found out right before the game, oh, yeah, Posh Alexander's not playing.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes anytime you see a frontline player, this is going to.
Yep.
And then what
Changes
happened?
the
Butler
mindset.
had their best offensive day of the season. Creighton couldn't stop them. And I realize every situation is different. So it's not always a great one-to-one comparison. But sometimes that can actually be to the benefit of the team that's injured because especially if you were really detailed into the scouting report and you're like, okay, this is what we're expecting, and then you get a curveball thrown your way, it can throw things off just a little bit. Now, that said, I think Nebraska played well especially in the first half. And then it got away from them a little bit early in the second half.
And then they make it close.
They tried to scramble back, and that's when the foul discrepancy kind of hit its apex.
Yeah, there was a couple of moments deep into the second half where Nebraska has the ball down by 2, down by 3, with a chance to tie it, maybe take the lead. There was one in particular, was it Gary, who kind of airballed it? And that was the moment that I thought that if they're going to do it, it's going to be now. And they just were never able to get all the way even.
Yeah.
They were never able to take the lead in the second half. And then, yeah, like you said, it got away from them at the end of the game. It's funny, and not to echo, Happer again, but I said this earlier in the week to echo him at that moment. After the St. John's loss by Creighton, I was in the same boat as him. Not going to overreact to it. Didn't think that it was that big of a deal, all things considered. And sure enough, here Creighton sits as a 2 seed in the Big East tournament, and everything is kind of
potentially a 2 seed.
Yeah, for sure.
They got to win out.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that Nebraska, I feel the same way. Like sometimes you run into a team that has a lot to play for, and gets the better of you that night. But I don't think that last night should be any sort of like a panic-inducing loss. And I'm not saying that's what the reaction is. I have no idea if that's what the reaction is. But I don't think that it should be. I think you should be frustrated by it. But of all the games, when we've been looking at the predictive websites, like this was the one in this last stretch of games that those websites had Nebraska losing. You can't lose at home in the last home game. You can't lose on the road to Michigan, but this was going to be the one of all of the ones that they were going to lose. This seemed to be the one.
The free throw rate, basically the percentage of time a team's getting to the foul line, was the worst, second worst of the season for Nebraska. Second only to the Minnesota loss up in Minneapolis. In fact, if you look, that rate, last night's rate was 51.9%. The one against Minnesota was 54.7%. The next closest bad, in air quotes, free throw rate was Illinois, 42.9%. So almost 10% less than last night. So it shows. I know there have been other games where people have been frustrated by foul calls, especially on the road. But this game and the Minnesota game are especially to the high end of the spectrum versus anything else on the chart. And the other thing too was, Nebraska did one of the biggest things that helped them win the first game was they absolutely shot lights out from 3. Lights out. Nebraska's 2-point field goal percentage, first game, second game against Ohio State, identical. They were 16 of 34. 16 of 34. Identical. The difference, Nebraska made 4 fewer threes on 6 more free throw attempt or 3-point attempts.
Yeah.
So it was a lower percentage and a lower overall output, where Ohio State basically almost duplicated their 2-point field goal percentage from the first game and actually had 2 fewer threes. Difference, free throws.
Yeah.
Free throws, in Nebraska made fewer threes at a worse rate than they did in Lincoln.
Josh writes, foul rate more about offensive approach than some horribly officiated game. See, and I know that this is where I will disagree with a lot of Husker fans watching that last night, is that I didn't watch the game like thinking that it was some like wildly poorly officiated game.
Yeah.
I thought that it was about the way that Ohio State, some of that obviously was on my way home after the show, so I didn't get to watch all of it.
Right.
But it seemed more about how the teams were playing and how they were attacking the rim or not attacking the rim. But I also know that I am different than most or than some in how they watch games, where I don't kind of view it through that lens. But I have watched games where it seems like, oh, wow, the officiating really got team X or team Y. I didn't think that that's what last night was. But I obviously disagree with a lot of people that watched the game last night. I never got that vibe from watching the game. The only reason that I knew that people were pissed about it was because of my group chat blowing up and because of Twitter. But if I, when I was watching it without looking at my phone, I never was getting that perspective from my end watching the
Fred Hoiberg last night said, we talk about shot fake discipline, and anytime they had a shot fake, we were jumping at it. And if you are jumping at shot fakes, especially on the road, you're probably going to get got more often than not.
100%.
And, so I give Fred credit for not going all the way in. Yes, certainly, there's always going to be calls that are missed, especially with guys like Tominaga and, how much he's getting held up this year, trying to get around screens and get open shots. And Fred talked about that earlier this week. I've been working on the officials. I've been working on my letting them know.
Mm-hmm.
But that wasn't really the point. The point was they were fouling too much last night. They were falling for too many jump shot fakes. And, again, it's life on the road. It's why winning road games is so tough.
Yeah, and that's the bummer of it all. It's not even so much like what happened, but the result of it in the end, where you could have moved to a 21-8 record. You could have been 11-7 in the conference. And, as we said yesterday, it really did seem like a game where they could have locked up, the berth. And I still have zero concerns about them making the tournament, but it would have been nice just to give yourself some extra breathing room ahead of Sunday versus Rutgers or ahead of next Sunday versus Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
It just would have been nice to not have to worry about that, to continue to talk about the double bye opportunity, etc. But they didn't. They missed some shots. They had multiple opportunities in that second half to get a bucket to tie the game or to take the lead, and they just were unable to do it every single time. And I give them credit because they would miss, and then on the other end, Ohio State would go, and they'd go back up by 4 or up by 5 or up by 6, and Nebraska seemed to get it back down to 2 or 3 multiple times. They just were unable to take advantage whenever they had the chance.
Well, on that point, it's time to check with my buddy Bart.
Bart Torvis.
It is the Big Red, Big Bart update. Oh, look at this. It didn't hurt.
They're fine.
It didn't hurt. You know why? Bart thought they'd lose the game too. And remember, Bart's projections always account for how he projects to the end of the season. So if Nebraska was expected to lose and they lost, their status probably isn't going to change a whole lot. And it did not. The current Big Red, Big Bart update, Nebraska is still on the 9 line. And that means they're not on the bubble.
Nope.
The 4 teams at the bottom, shaded in gray, are the last 4 teams in. They are Seton Hall, Florida Atlantic, New Mexico, and Virginia. Again, this is Bart's projections to the end of the season. Nebraska sitting at 83%. 83% chance of getting into the tournament. Now, it did ding them a little bit, but really not a whole lot.
Yeah, and along those lines, we do our buddy Bart. We don't do our buddy Joe, but Joe Lenardi. Joe Lenardi. He put his latest update out earlier today.
We could call that Party with Lenardi.
And he highlighted teams that have a 90+% chance to make the tournament in green. Let's see.
And this is his estimate.
Correct. Yeah. Yellow teams are last 4 in, et cetera, et cetera. Creighton obviously is a green team.
They're
here.
green, very green.
As is Nebraska. So both Nebraska and Creighton, 90+% chance to make it into the NCAA tournament. He had them actually on the 8 seed line coming into today.
Interesting.
So that is his latest update. So,
well, the final 2 games, again, they're not going to do a lot to help because Rutgers is a quad 3.
Yeah, the worst is they could hurt. Like, you don't want to lose this one.
These games will do more to hurt Nebraska's cause than help. So you're winning to prevent hurting your cause.
Because they still have
you're not gonna help your cause with these 2 games.
Because they still have a clean resume when it comes to bad losses.
Yes.
Right? Like
yes, they do. They do not have a quad 3 loss. Their worst loss this year is Rutgers on the road, and they're 90th. Now remember, road games it's a little more lenient on the road
because they're quad 3 right now at home.
75 to 130 or 76 to 135 on the road is a quad 2. So Rutgers is in the quad 2 category. That's their worst loss. They have no losses to teams in quads 3 or 4.
So, and to go back then to this weekend's game, Rutgers quad 3 game this weekend because it's at home. So, like that's the good thing is they just don't have any of the bad losses, and so you just want to make sure that you take care of business. It would be, it'd just be a real stink bomb after this entire season where they have rolled at home outside of the Creighton game.
Yeah,
they've really rolled at home in conference, and it's not just winning; they are rolling when they play at home outside of a couple of games. This is the one that you just want to make sure you get because you don't want a bad loss on the ledger.
The good news is Kansas State is a quad 1 win, but they're right on the border. They're at 75. That is literally the cut line for a quad 1 road victory. But so for right now, Nebraska's 4-7 versus quad 1, 3-2 versus quad 2, non-conference strength of schedule, 320. I mean, we know that, wasn't a great non-conference schedule, but we knew that going in, so that's not a big surprise. Now, looking ahead to this weekend, first off, just to give you an idea, Nebraska could have bumped their percentage chance of getting into the tournament to over 90% with a win last night.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I show that up at the top. So the difference between the win and the loss. But the leverage was only 6%. Earlier in the season, Nebraska was playing games that had 20 and 25% leverage, meaning the difference between getting in and, the difference between a positive and negative was 25% swing. Now, because the numbers are getting later, Nebraska's accumulated more wins.
The numbers are getting smaller.
The numbers are getting just a little bit smaller.
Yeah, we talked about that a couple weeks ago with Creighton because their leverage is like a super small percentage, and the other games that they need are also super small percentages, and so last night didn't really have a whole lot for them.
The games tonight and tomorrow, and again, not big, but these are the ones that have the biggest leverage. Coastal Carolina, James Madison. You want Coastal Carolina. Fresno State, Nevada, you would like Fresno State. But it's only 2.5% leverage on those. On Saturday, Duke. Rooting for DePaul. Good luck with that.
Mm-hmm.
And Houston over Oklahoma. And then I highlighted at the bottom.
See, it's funny because we just said, hey, the leverage wasn't very big.
And this is why I go back to what I said before.
About
the last 2 games aren't going to help Nebraska.
They could hurt them, though.
They can hurt them. Yeah. So you win to prevent getting hurt.
Correct. Because
it's not going to really advance Nebraska up any seed lines.
But it could drop them down precipitously.
Yeah, the leverage on the Rutgers game is 20%. In other words, if Nebraska wins, they pretty much stay where they're at around 83% of getting into the tournament. That's before all the results of this weekend, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But if they lose, they drop down to 63% chance of getting into the tournament.
So again, must win just because it can't. It's a must not lose.
It's a must not lose.
Adam wants to go to negative town.
Why?
He says, how fitting, in parentheses, awful, would it be for NU to lose out and go one and done in the Big Ten tournament and miss the NCAA tournament?
Negative boys.
Exactly like how football got to 6 wins. I think it means 5. Everyone was feeling good, and then they lost out. The curse would be real at that point. John,
if they
that
lost
would be bad.
Out, if they lose out, that would be
bad.
Yeah, because
this is not good.
They're not.
This is not good.
They're going to win these last 2 games.
Oh no, this is not good.
That's what we.
They're going to win these.
Really not good.
It's really not good.
They're not going to lose at home
because
they're not playing Creighton, and they're not going to lose to Michigan because Michigan sucks. Michigan is bad.
Yeah, take that, Michigan.
Well, they are.
Congrats on the Natty in football, but it's hoop season now.
Way to cheat for the Natty in football, Michigan.
We care about hoops here, not football.
Yeah, no, I don't. I think everything's going to be fine.
It'll be fine.
Bart says so. Bart says everything is fine.
I think everything's fine.
Bart did predict the loss.
Just don't lose.
Sometimes it's good to take one on the chin so you can be reminded not to get too fat and happy and then come back and play better in the next game.
Yeah. They've done good this year, I think, when they have had their backs against the wall.
Yeah, how many times has that happened this year where people have counted them out?
Talking about Jack Mitchell?
Yes.
Oh. Yeah, don't nudge your head at me.
Where people have counted them out and then they immediately said, no, we're fine.
Yeah, and I would say essentially every home game this year. Every time that they have lost, because they've had multiple 2-game losing streaks. multiple 2-game losing streaks, and they've always come out of it strong. Now they've only lost 1 in a row at this point, but I'm not worried. I'm not concerned one bit. They'll be fine.
Yeah.
And if they're not, you can blame John.
Yeah, John,
or
what
Bart.
the hell?
Wait a minute. Why would you blame me? What did I
Blame
do?
Bart.
What did I do?
You're the one being a prophet for Bart.
I'm reporting. Bart reports, and then I pass it along, and then you decide.
You decide.
The bummer about losing last night was you're for the moment on the outside looking in for the double bye.
Yeah.
You've lost that control. But Wisconsin, who is floundering, is probably going to lose tomorrow to Illinois. And then they have Rutgers and Purdue. And they have to play at Purdue.
Mm-hmm.
So Wisconsin has at least one, dare I say, 2 losses remaining.
Yeah. A couple comments real fast, and then a sports flash, Nick, so have it ready.
Oh.
Sam writes, Nick Baugh said it would be better for them to be a 10 or 11 for that second round game to avoid the 1 anyway. People are saying this.
Yeah.
Then you get the 2 or the 3.
Yeah, I would prefer to be a 10 because an 11 means you're right on the cusp of not making it.
Or you're playing in Dayton.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah, I mean, now I've been on the record and I stay on the record. Even if Nebraska were to end up as one of the play-in teams, that counts as a tournament win. I don't care what anyone says. But yes, I think a 10 would be just fine.
Yep. All right, Nick, give it to us.
Sports Flash. Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct Sports Flash update. Sports Flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
It's Connor Happer. Hi, Happer. I got a sports flash for you. Nebraska's baseball game has been canceled. Why is that a sports flash? It's news.
Wow.
Jeez, Happer,
People
go
are going
home.
to go to it.
Go home. Severe weather. So they're not getting to play College of Charleston today.
Michael's not one to buy into the weather. He hates when weather interrupts things.
Uh-huh. The game will not be rescheduled this weekend, and they'll try to play again tomorrow. First pitch coming at 5 o'clock. Originally, the game had actually been delayed a little bit, but then they were like, actually, never mind. They decided pretty fast, though, John. You would appreciate this as a broadcaster.
Good.
44 minutes ago, they said the start of today's game has been delayed. Now they say cancel culture.
Wow.
Has come for baseball.
Woke baseball.
Yep. Classic. So there you go. You can't listen to the Huskers. You know what, though? You get to listen to us. How much more fun is that?
And you get to go to 1620thezone.com and sign up for our email so you could maybe win a trip to Vegas.
Maybe win a trip to Vegas for the college basketball playoffs second weekend. God, that's so cool.
By the way,
tickle some chains.
Creighton is playing today. They're playing Air Force right now down in Texas.
Wow, you're rooting against the troops.
I can't believe you're rooting against
the Air Force.
troops.
I don't consider the Air Force troops.
They're air troops.
They're airmen.
They are air
They're
troops.
airmen.
Unless you're in the
interesting, though?
Space Force, because then you're spacemen.
Doesn't the Navy also fly planes? Don't people
Yes,
say the
yes.
Navy have
There's-
better people that fly planes?
I did not say that.
No,
That was
I thought
from
that's what
Josh.
people said.
I don't know what people are saying, but it's
Many
bottom,
are saying.
bottom of the third, 1-1 against Air Force. Creighton's offense apparently broken. They only have 1 run.
Yeah,
through
what the
3
hell?
innings.
We were talking them up, and now they're bad?
No, eventually they were going to not score 22
Is
runs in a
Ed
game.
Service trolling us ahead of his guest appearance on the show next week?
I have no idea.
He's joining us Tuesday, Nick?
I don't.
Wow, I
don't-
can't believe
I don't
this.
think he's-
Sandbagging.
1-1 in the third. We'll keep an eye on.
Don't you sandbag like that.
Still to come, Kent's Movie Club.
Nice.
And Sam McEwen a little bit later on.
Hell yeah.
And
well,
the playoff.
Oh.
And some rule changes.
Talking about this, I've decided over the last couple days, makes me sad.
Good take, Nick.
What makes you sad?
The new college football playoff stuff.
No,
Because this is for the playoff after the playoff, because we know the new playoff for the next couple of years,
Yes.
and this is the playoff after.
It is.
One the next couple of years is going to be so good.
Yeah, and then it won't be.
Yeah, indeed.
16-20 the zone.
Previously on the crossover.
We have the Valentino's ice cream.
Oh, he's going to defend it. This is wild. This is wild. This is so gross.
It's not unlike, now I wouldn't eat this regularly, but it's a little like if you threw it in the freezer.
But blended it first.
Yeah, probably a little blended, but...
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
More sunshine this afternoon, staying warm and breezy with the high today in Omaha of 62 degrees and southerly wind gusts possible up to 25 miles an hour. Mostly clear and pretty mild tonight, though breezy early. A low by tomorrow morning, 34 degrees. Mostly sunny, warm, and breezy with very high fire danger for your Saturday, a high tomorrow of 72. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska-brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
Hey, Brianna, look at you, graduating already.
Yeah, knocked out my gen eds in 2 years at MCC.
And now you're off to
Finish my 4-year degree at the university.
That was fast. I'll bet your mom
Loves that. We saved thousands in tuition.
Now that's smart.
That's Metropolitan Community College.
Knock out your gen eds in 2 years before transferring to a 4-year university. Get started at mccneb.edu/me. Classes start March 7th.
This is me at MCC.
Dino here with Leach Camper Sales. You'll be pleasantly surprised to see how affordable an RV can be. We have travel trailers with payments as low as $150 a month for qualified buyers, and they're ready to drive off the lot. Check out our inventory at leachcamper.com and bring us your trades. And don't forget, coffee's always on.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
It's easy to see the common signs of transmission trouble.
If your engine revs before it falls into gear. If it seems to switch gears for no reason. So watch for the signs. Certified transmission, the job done right at the right price.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Absolutely cold cock.
Of 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back. Nebraska highly touted recruit Britt Prince tipping off for Elkhorn North right now as they take on Beatrice, or those from the East Coast would call it Beatrice.
Or Beat Rice.
Or Beat Rice.
That's a good,
but it's Beatrice.
That's a good basketball name.
What is?
Beatrice?
No, the Prince. What was her name again?
Britt
Sorry.
Prince.
Britt Prince. That's a good basketball name.
Actually, almost sounds like a WWE character name. That's
Britt
be a good,
Prince?
like be a good
Yeah, I
wrestling
can see
name.
that. That's
Britt
a good
Prince.
wrestling name.
But you know,
Britt
Prince is a
Very
good
present.
last name anyway, or it just makes a good singular name.
It does.
As long as you can play the guitar and sing really, really well, write good music.
A lot of talk about names.
R.I.P.
1620 the names.
So he said, we've got the poll question up for you right now on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Do you approve of this new proposed, and again, it's proposed, but it's the one getting most of the traction. It's the one getting all the oxygen, all the letters written about it, all the words, all the takes. Do you approve of the proposed 14-team college football playoff multiple auto bid model in which the Big Ten and SEC get 3 auto bids each, Big 12, ACC, 2 auto bids each, Group of 5 gets 1 bid, and the rest, which would be 3, are at large? And the options are: I approve, ride with the 12-teamer as is, the one we have now, go top 14, but no auto bid, so just rank them 1 through 14, plug and play. Or why are we doing these goofy, weird numbers? Make it 16.
But also top 16, right?
Top 16, no auto bids. Would you like to guess
what's leading the way?
What's leading the way? With a majority of the vote, not a plurality, but a majority, north of 50% of the vote.
All right, so the majority of our listeners are Nebraska fans or Big Ten fans. Big Ten fans have to feel very comfortable with whatever is going to happen. So there's part of me that thinks it's 12, just because that is a very nice, neat model.
But it doesn't guarantee. It only guarantees.
It doesn't guarantee.
Right.
14's too weird of a number. What was the second option? Or was there 3 options?
Well, you either approve of this this.
Oh, you approve of it. That's right. Or top 14, top 16,
the
or
12
the 12
as is, top 14 auto bid, no auto bid, top 16 auto bid.
I'm going to say that they want top 16.
That is second place with 21% of the vote. The lead vote getter with 55% of the vote. The folks want the 12-team playoff.
Oh, man, I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize.
What's wrong with you?
That's awesome. That's a great
17% approve of this new model.
17%?
17%. Only 6.9%
nice
want the top 14 with no auto bids. So
interesting. So they're okay with top 16, but not top 14. Chris in Montana says top 16, no auto bids for me.
Yeah. But only 17% like this idea. And so I would have to proffer a guess that of the folks who voted 14 or 16, most of them would probably go with the 12-teamer right now. So, I mean,
basically what we're saying is people don't like
new
the
idea
new
is
model.
Not very popular.
Interesting.
And it's easy.
Bad model.
And you know, we see this happen a lot, especially nowadays, that the press, the media, the scribes in our ivory towers all come out universally against something or for something, and instantly the public goes the other direction because they hate being preached to. We've seen that dynamic play out before.
Yeah. But what's interesting about this is that those of us in our ivory towers, I haven't heard anyone say they like this. I've not read one single writer.
And usually it's in
this.
those moments where you get a lot of pushback of people saying, well, if the media doesn't like it, then it must be good. And I don't trust the media, blah, 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 blah.
And we're not even seeing that.
I'm encouraged by what I'm seeing here.
Yeah. And I think you and I have done a good job of explaining why we don't like this. I'll be honest, though. I don't like straight top 14, top 16. I don't like that either. Because then I guess I do start asking, and look, we could ask this question anyway, given how many changes that we've had. What's the point of conferences anyway, then? You know, like, I think that there is value. I think there is value to be had in having a defined goal before every season. And for the majority of your life, it was winning a conference.
Mm-hmm.
Then basically my formative years, it was winning your division, because then that gives you an opportunity to win your conference. Not in every league, of course. There were some leagues that weren't that way. And that now there's no division format regardless. So now it will be, for some leagues, to be top 2. Other leagues, it will be top 3, which I guess is still positive, right? Like, that's kind of what it is in basketball.
Yeah.
But there's something, I think, there's some value to be had in saying you went to the conference championship game or you won the conference championship game. And so that's why I don't like a raw top 14 or a raw top 16. And I know that Brett McMurphy said, I'd rather have that than whatever they proposed. And, you know, it's funny. I'd need to probably figure out which I like more, because I think that that each has a lot of minuses. So I'd have to figure out what pluses I like.
I mean,
I just don't like it.
The minus of just doing a straight top 14 or 16 is the odds of getting a group of 5 team in go down.
Way down. Almost non-existent. And I would argue, John, that especially moving forward, given that Think of all of the really good group of 5 teams for the last decade. How many of them are still in the group of 5? A lot of them have moved up.
Yes.
Boise, in our lifetime, they have been kind of the most consistent. They are the one remaining that is not in a power league.
Yep.
TCU is up. Utah is up.
Yep.
Cincinnati is
Cincinnati's
now up.
Yep.
UCF, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, they all are. We all know that the reason conferences exist has nothing to do with geography anymore. It used to be that they were scheduling cooperatives, is what conferences really were, so that teams had a place to play and they were all very geographically close. They could hop on a train and get to any of those locations. But then after the Supreme Court ruling in 1984, conferences started to slowly and then rather quickly turn more into strict business partners.
Georgia Orwell was right.
And that's what conferences are today. They are producers of television.
They're content.
They are content providers.
Oh, we do that.
Whose job is to sell as a collective their content to networks for a pretty penny. It's no longer about scheduling cooperatives, even though they still play each other. And there's still some elements of regionality, but the only reason those elements exist are because of pre-existing relationships that were already there and convenient for them.
100%. It's always like who you knew in 1910. Like that is, I mean, if you think about it from that perspective, who you knew in 1910 is kind of where a lot of this stuff starts.
Sure.
You know, and then obviously we have seen changes along the way.
I didn't know anybody in 1910.
Neither did I.
So I would prefer my vote, by the way, would have been with Ride with a 12 team as is, mainly because let's just see what happens. Let's let this play out for a few years. I mean, we had a decade.
I know. Isn't that wild?
We had a decade of a 4-team playoff. Before that, we had about a decade in, what it was about
a decade
13,
and a half. Yeah.
About a decade and a half
of the BCS.
Yeah. And I'm not even saying you have to go at it for a decade plus with a 12-team format, but more than 2 years. I mean, they're looking at changing the dadgum thing before we even do a 12-team playoff.
John, one of the through lines of the early years of you and me together on this station was talking about playoff expansion. And one of the things that you often would say is like, things don't move this fast in college football. Because in your life, you knew things didn't move fast. Yeah. Think of how long it took us to get a BCS 1 versus 2. That was over a century of college football. And that was just, think about that. All that was 1 versus 2. Mm-hmm. And then after that, obviously, then the next gap was much faster because then it was 16 years before we got a playoff. And so now this is 10 years of expansion. And as a texter just said from the 402, why are they looking for a new wife before they marry the first wife?
Correct.
What a comparison. They haven't even walked down the aisle, and they're already like, and that's going to be my second wife. I can't wait.
You know why? Because this current relationship was an arranged marriage.
Yeah.
And now you're starting to get, in this case, we've got some serious polygamy going on here because we have several parties involved.
Mm-hmm.
But we've got 2 parties in particular, the SEC and the Big Ten, who are like, nah, we don't like this arrangement. And we want a different arrangement.
Mm-hmm.
And we're dealing with the same other partners, but now one of them we've destroyed through our own greed, the Pac-12.
Mm-hmm.
Others we have pilfered from, like the Pac-12. And now and we've actually pilfered from each other at times. And those leagues, those 2 top leagues, know how much they have. To me, the question is this. What is stopping right now? What is stopping the Big Ten and the SEC from just going all the way? No more half measures, Walter. When a full measure will do.
What's stopping them?
What is stopping them right now from just saying, let's just do our own thing? Is it logistics? Is it the fear of...
It's moving so fast, probably,
right? The fear of reprisal, the fear of possible litigation.
I would say you don't want to go all the way. You got to just continue to go bit by bit. You just keep taking bites, and then eventually you'll get all the way.
Yeah, and you're right, but it does make you wonder because with as much power as they're wielding right now, Again, they haven't even done a 12-team playoff yet. They just got the agreement on the 12-team playoff.
Yeah.
A year ago.
And now remember
And then they just changed the format tweak to, 5 automatic qualifiers instead of 6. They just did that a few weeks ago, or a few days ago, actually. And already we're talking about, now we're going to move on to the next thing.
And by the way, the reporting is showing that they want to have it done by the end of this month. They want to have it done by the end of March. They want to have whatever is coming next. A few more responses. Jasker Todd says, top 14, then you put the fate into the AP's hands. Todd, have no concerns. It will not be the Associated Press.
No, we're still using a committee.
Yeah.
But that's the other thing, too. This new format, the only thing you're asking a committee to do is really seed the teams.
Yeah.
Because they're really only picking 3. And if Notre Dame's in the top 14, then you're only picking 2.
And then you're seeding them.
You're just seeding.
Yeah, Doc says, as long as all these conferences aren't playing an equal amount of conference games, I don't like any of these models. See, and that's the other part of all this, of course. Another one, let's see, 402 says, I don't trust, there it is. I don't trust any of these idiots to rank teams correctly. History shows us they just put 14 SEC teams in, a Lincoln Riley team, and a random team. No, and then I know obviously that is dripping with sarcasm.
Yes.
The Big Ten is going to benefit from whatever happens.
Oh, of course.
Mightily.
Yeah.
Absolutely mightily. Josh says, give me 12 teams with home sites for at least the first 2 rounds. Hell yes. That's what I'm talking about. But that idea apparently isn't good enough for them. Tony says, nobody is ever going to be satisfied with Colt for a playoff. We finally got a playoff, and now they're ready to move on to the next step. We need to hold our biscuits a little bit longer. Well, I don't know what any of those things meant. And then one more. Deborah. Hi, Deborah.
Hello, Deborah.
Wow, that was a bit creepy. Emails into the Equitable Bank inbox. Thank you. It doesn't matter if the bottom 5 don't get in the new playoff series. They haven't gotten in any playoffs so far. Who cares? Deborah, you're wrong.
You're wrong.
Cincinnati made it a couple of years ago, and I care because I like that they have access.
I think anyone who is playing, as long as there is a subdivision known as FBS, I like the idea that at least every team has some
share.
Chance. Granted,
at least a share.
Some have more of a share than others.
And 2 Animal Farm references in 2 days.
But at least everyone has a chance. I am so tired. Again, if we're going
at least a share,
if we're going to deny access to a group of teams, then those teams should never be played again in the regular season.
Oh,
ultimatum!
Matt Rule wouldn't like that.
If you're going to deny access to conferences like the Mountain West, total access to the conferences like the Mountain West, then you should not be allowed to play a Mountain West team.
Not a bad idea.
I like it.
I mean,
otherwise it's just
there's
bullying
logic
at
there,
that
folks.
point.
There's logic.
Mm-hmm.
It does just kind of feel like bullying.
And that's why I asked the question, what is keeping the Big Ten and the SEC for just making a clean break? My guess is it has to do with litigation. Because so far, the only people getting sued are the NCAA. The NCAA are like Uncle June. Uncle June's taking all the bullets. Remember
Sopranos.
when Tony put Uncle June at the top?
I don't remember.
Said he's going to be a lightning rod. He's going to take all the hits. Meanwhile, I'm going to run everything from underneath.
Nice.
That's what the NCAA is doing right now. They are taking all the hits from the feds.
Hits, misses, and guys.
They're taking all the hits from the feds. The Big Ten's not getting sued directly. The SEC's not getting sued directly.
But they would.
But if they tried to make just right now, just made a run for it, I think someone would probably try to sue. I don't know if they'd be successful, but someone would try to sue. And that's what they don't want.
Mm-hmm.
That's my guess. More to come when we continue on 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Age is just a number. Just because the calendar says one thing doesn't mean you have to feel it. Over half of all men over 40 experience a form of ED or lower sex drive. If you are one of them, there's a place to go for discreet professional help. John Bishop here for Hims.com. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to Hims.com and do something about it. Hims is made for guys like us. Even if your problems aren't all the time, Hims can help. The whole process is online. With Hims, there's no doctor's office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims provides solutions that work with proven ingredients like minoxidil. Plus, Hims fits into your lifestyle. Once you start, the process is surprisingly simple. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit. HIMS.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
It's easy to see. We're being conned by the institutions we used to trust. The mainstream media is distracting us with meaningless headlines instead of focusing on the harsh realities facing American families. We all know something big is coming, and that's why so many folks are preparing. They're becoming more self-reliant by investing in emergency food storage from My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply is the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, and they make it easy for you to prepare. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and secure some emergency food kits. There's a dozen to choose from that contain tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging 2,000 calories per day. Get at least one food kit for each family member. My Patriot Supply also sells large solar generators, gravity-powered water filtration systems, heirloom seeds for your garden, and survival gear. Order by 3 p.m. and your items will ship that same day. Time is short. Prepare today. Go to mypatriotsupply.com. mypatriotsupply.com.
The GOAT is coming to Kansas City. Sporting KC will host Inter Miami and Lionel Messi, the greatest of all time, at the loudest stadium in the world. See Johnny Russell, Alan Pulido, and the rest of your hometown team take on Messi, Luis Suarez, and more at GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium on Saturday, April 13th. It's the soccer capital of America versus the greatest of all time. Get your tickets while you still can at sportingkc.com.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
Spring is in sight. Looking to wake up your yard this season? Make your neighbors green with envy with Lanahaw's wide selection of landscape supplies and homegrown plant material. Get a head start today. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Tomorrow is senior day for the Creighton basketball team as they take on number 5 Marquette. Another opportunity at a top 5 team and opportunity to maybe get to the second spot. Now they're going to have to win out, and then Marquette would have to lose one more time, at least one more time. That probably more than would have to be against UConn in order for the Jays to take the number 2 seed. But you've got Ryan Kalkbrenner. And Nick, if you could look that up, I put it in the other day under my number, or just look up Kalk. Kalk.
He said Kalk.
I said Kalk. I asked him point blank. You got Kalkbrenner. You have now Trey. Technically, is not a senior. Trey is not a senior. He is a junior,
and he will not be participating.
No.
Neither will Steve.
Baylor
Ashworth.
will. Baylor will. Because
Shire.
Baylor is done.
Yeah, Ashworth will not be.
Stephen Ashworth is not, even though he is a senior.
So that kind of gives away something.
But he does. I think he's probably just leaving his option open. My guess is, that would be my guess.
Mm-hmm.
But but Ryan Kalkbrenner could use his COVID year as well if he so chose. So I asked him after the game on Wednesday night.
$1 million question.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Is Saturday your last game on this floor?
I haven't thought past, I haven't really even thought past this game, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I'm lucky enough to have people in my life who keep me grounded, keep me in this place. So I've been trying my best this year to stay present and take it all in, because I know how special of a place this is. I know I might not ever have it as good as I have it here with the fans, with the people, and with all that. So I've just been trying to soak it in.
That kind of sounds like the answer of someone who has thought about it, and this is coming to an end.
But, I mean, it's a great answer because it's non-committal.
100%.
But it does give off a vibe of
this is it.
That I could be coming back too.
Oh, interesting. Because I definitely,
I think it'd be both.
And this I have no insight into.
No, I'm not saying I do either.
But
obviously.
So I hear that, and I think that sounds. It's mainly the back half of the answer where he says, "I've taken it all in."
Sure.
There's a little Andy Bernard, best time of your life energy a little bit towards the end of that answer.
Wow, I'm
going
to tell him that next time I see him.
Does he get that reference? Do you think, or is he too young?
Andy Bernard? I don't.
Yeah,
probably not.
It's The Office.
I don't know.
I know. How old is he?
Kalkbrenner, probably 21,
22.
I'm sure he's aware of The Office.
Okay, I don't know. I'm trying to think of when I was 22, what the equivalent would have been like Cheers. I didn't watch Cheers until I was in my 30s. So anyway, though, I heard that as, that sounds like someone who knows that his time with Creighton is coming to an end. But I understand why you could view it the other way, too. I understand that perspective as well.
Will they play Tyler Kolek? We don't know. He strained his oblique on Wednesday night in the win over Providence.
Mm-hmm.
And that certainly is a painful injury, especially when you are as adept a passer as he is, especially throwing across his body. That is an injury that I kind of equate it to almost like a high ankle sprain. It's not debilitating, but it's just very nagging and can be long, and sometimes you need a little extra time to let it heal. I'll say this. I don't, my guess earlier this week was he wasn't going to play, but he's a tough kid, and he's played through other things before.
Let me ask you this. And
so it would not shock me if he gave it a go on Saturday.
And if this is idiotic, feel free to tell me. Given all the weird noise that surrounded him this week, does that make him more or less likely to play? Does that matter?
Oh, you mean the weirdness of
he can't read?
I mean, he's been dealing with that all year.
I know, but it seems like it's ramped up this week given his the person at the university who responded on Twitter.
I don't think so.
Am I reading too much into things?
Yeah, I don't think that bothers him in the least.
Unlike him. Wow. Can you believe this? Gen Z
is what some people are saying to him.
Man, Nick,
I don't think that's weighing into any of this. Now the question is, how important is it to be the 2 seed? I mean, Marquette right now is trying to stay in that.
Which one is best for us, Josh?
2 seed would be nice, Nick. We'd be off a little early.
Oh, cool. 2 seed. Let's go.
Let's go, Jays.
I'm talking Marquette. I'm talking Marquette here.
Boo.
And I'm not talking 2 seed in the conference tournament. I'm talking
we don't
the
care
NCAA
about that.
tournament.
We already had that day off.
I'm saying for Marquette, that's the big picture right now, because they're not going to win the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
How badly do they want to win the conference tournament? They won it last year. Last year was a little disappointing because they didn't go as far in the NCAA as they wanted. How much of this is going to weigh on their mind? Because Kolek has to be healthy to make a deep run in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So
it's like, does tomorrow matter as much when you got
Right.
important weeks to come in?
Yes.
The college basketball playoff.
Yes.
It's a good question. And it's funny, too, because we've been talking about this a lot, given what happened last night with Nebraska playing Ohio State and how we learned right before that game that they were going to be without somebody. And, interesting.
So we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
But coverage tomorrow begins at noon, tip-off 1:30, Senior Day. And as always, we will bring you the Senior Day speeches, however many there are.
And if they're actually their last speech ever.
I mean, keep in mind, Grant Gibbs gave a speech
and then he came
twice.
back. That's true. Yeah. He got to give another speech.
And I think Baylor and Baylor gave a speech last year.
Like you should only get one speech.
He's getting a second one.
One speech only, says Nick Grimm.
I feel like it's more impactful that way anyway.
A lot of famous people, Nick, gave multiple speeches.
Yes, they did, Josh. And were they all good people?
Many of them were.
President B has his big speech coming up, right?
Is that coming up?
That already happened? I have no idea. I don't know what's going on. For some reason, I thought people were saying it was coming. Didn't he already do the State of the... I don't know.
No, there hasn't been a State of the Union.
Okay, good. I was going to say, I didn't think there had been a
State of the Union.
Is it usually this late? It's March. Okay, yeah. It's going to happen soon. Okay, good.
Teach Donald Trump a valuable lesson.
All right.
Don't mess with the women in America.
Oh, wait, never mind. No, he did it.
He did?
Wow. When was it?
Oh my gosh.
I have no idea.
I thought you were of politics. I rely on you for these things.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't watch State of the Union. Never mind. No, it's next Wednesday.
Oh,
I knew it. See, I was right.
Nice.
Ultimately, we got back to me being correct.
State of the Union.
So there you go.
Kids,
all of that
is why
to say,
you shouldn't watch the MSNBC like Josh does.
Don't you dare. He's given multiple speeches. There you go.
He has given multiple speeches.
On one side.
Kent Wolgamott's going to speak to us, but not give us a speech.
One more tweet. Alan says, Spin Zone, talking about Kolek. If he can't read, he can't see the hate on Twitter and stay focused.
Fair. That's fair.
What a great point.
It's like that Simpsons meme.
read.
If those kids could read, they'd be upset at you right now.
I don't know that meme, but that's a funny joke.
It's a really funny joke.
Simpsons did it.
He can read.
Okay.
Kent Wolgamott, the movie club, Licorice Pizza, next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like a stall is causing delays on westbound I-80 at the 480 split, so be ready for delays through there. Slow going on eastbound L Street from I-80 to 90th. Also on eastbound L Street, a delay between 50th and 42nd. We're also seeing delays on eastbound 370 between 132nd and 90th. And then if you're west on Dodge, delays from 680 to 114th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Sometimes life throws you a curveball and you need a solution fast. A solution to help you make payroll, to save your house, to keep growing, or fund a startup, to fix a roof or other major repair. Saul's is your fast, local, confidential solution. Get the cash you need today with Saul's.
It hit me like a ton of bricks. I'm like, I never smoked a cigarette. How in the hell did I get lung cancer?
I don't smoke. I've never smoked. So I started Googling. One word just kept coming up, like it was in bold and red, and it was radon.
Radon is the number 2 cause of lung cancer.
Well, you don't know if it's in your home. You got to test. You can't see it. You can't taste it. You can't smell it.
What's your level? Radon Defense Midwest can help. Visit radonradio.com for a special offer. That's radonradio.com.
Every Friday, we bring you discounts to some of your favorite businesses in the Metro. The thing is, 1 week just isn't enough. Welcome to OmahaWeekendDeals.com. This weekend's deal is to 72 Table and Tap, just south of Ralston Arena. 72 Table and Tap hits the spot for creative food, craft beer, and great Irish whiskey every time. Stop in after the game, a concert, or just because. 72 Table and Tap. Eat, drink, gather, and repeat. Head to OmahaWeekendDeals.com to get yours. That's OmahaWeekendDeals.com.
Mario Street Tacos or Steak and Chorizo Queso Blanco Enchiladas can only be found in one place. Fernando's. Great Mexican food, awesome margaritas, and a wonderful family atmosphere. Fernando's, Omaha's favorite Mexican for more than 30 years.
It's mulch better at Lanahaw. Planning to wake up your tired yard for spring? Make your landscape the envy of the neighborhood with mulch from Lanahaw's Garden Center, where quality is always a priority. Convenient pickup or delivery available. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Looking for a sweet treat that will transport you back into time? Look no further than Ted and Wally's. With 2 convenient locations in Benson and the Old Market, it's the perfect place to satisfy your cravings. Whether you're downtown or in Benson, make sure to stop in. And if you're catching a basketball game, why not indulge in a delicious dessert afterwards? With over 3,000 flavors to choose from, there's something for everyone. Don't forget to check out our social media for daily flavors. Ted and Wally's, serving up nostalgia at its finest for over 35 years. Visit tedandwallys.com for more information.
Baseball is back. The hot-hitting Creighton Blue Jays play host to UMass Lowell, live from Charles Schwab Field. Join Connor Happer for all the pregame coverage beginning at 5:45, Tuesday and Wednesday. Creighton Baseball on 1180 The Zone.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edits, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club.
Occasionally, it's just good to go the old school way.
Uh-huh.
Kent Wolgamont, Lincoln Journal Star. Hello, Kent.
Hello.
How was your week?
Actually, not horrible, which is
good.
About as good as you can ask for.
Good.
Well, that's always good,
Mhm.
right? I mean, we had that shot of winter for about 2 days, and then right back into the good weather.
Yeah,
again.
which is nice. Even the wind can't keep us down because at least it's in the 60s.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this week's movie on Amazon Prime released 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Licorice Pizza. And before we get into this was
Licorice
your pick,
Za.
right? Yeah.
This was
Before we get
yours,
into
truly.
Josh's quick synopsis of what this is about, this was a movie that did not do well at the box office, but did get a lot of acclaim, including from you, because you said it was one of your top movies of 2021.
Yeah, I looked, and if you eliminate the documentaries from my list, I'm not sure why I put documentaries in my best of the year. Usually I separate them. It would have been number 3 on the quote fictional feature list for the year. Actually had it above Coda, which won the Oscar.
Oh, wow. Which we have also
Which we
reviewed.
also reviewed in Movie Club.
Uh-huh. All
Yeah.
right.
So, Josh?
Paul Thomas Anderson's, still as of now, latest movie. Someone described it to me last week. I actually think, Ken, it was Josh Otson, producer of the Connor Happer Show, as a hangout movie. And certainly it is. I mean, there is plot machinations in this one, but and I'm very curious to get into this discussion on the show. A 15-year-old meets a 25-year-old who actually might be 28 years old. And, he has the hots for her. And she ends up kind of hanging out with him and his crew. He's a child actor. His name is Gary. And I didn't realize this until I was halfway through the movie. It's Philip Seymour Hoffman's son.
Oh.
The late Philip Seymour Hoffman, Cooper Hoffman, who plays this character.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I can see that.
Gary, he meets Elena, played by Elena Haim, I believe.
Haim.
Haim.
So she's like Tony Danza. Every character's got to be a lady.
Bingo.
Well, I mean, if you noticed her other sisters and her dad also.
Yeah, it's all her actual family.
Oh.
And so he is
actual names.
He pulls a lot of hijinks isn't the right word. What's the word that I'm looking
Scams.
for? Scams. Yeah, I mean, he's trying to make money, and he makes money in a variety of ways. Water beds, opening various things throughout this movie, including a pinball arcade.
He's got his fingers in a lot of pies.
And so they're in California in 1973. And Kent, the thing that stood out to me as I watched it was that throughout this whole movie, I think that Elena's character is kind of asking herself, like, what is it about this guy that I continue to hang out with him? At one point, she asks one of her friends, like, what is it? Do you think I'm weird?
I think that was her sister.
Do you think I'm weird for hanging out with Gary and his friends? And she says, no, I don't think so. But I think that's kind of the push and pull of the entire movie from her perspective. And meanwhile, Gary obviously likes her, and then sometimes he doesn't like her. I very much enjoyed it. The plot or lack thereof at times didn't really bother me, but I thought it was I said this in my review on Letterboxd. Not having cell phones in movies makes movies so much better because people just talk and have to hang out with each other. What a different time in the world, huh, John?
That's very
what an
different time.
old sounding take.
I know. I'm sorry.
So, two things directly to address what you just said, Josh. Had this been reversed, had it been a 20-some-year-old guy and a 15-year-old girl, it wouldn't have worked. It would have just been blackballed instantly, right? So
yeah, the movie would have probably been titled Statutory Rape. Honestly.
Yeah,
exactly. So there's that. But I think you're kind of right about her perspective on the movie or on the character. And then the last thing and this is, I wish it was original to me, but this was Mick LaSalle is the critic that said this, and of course I lost it now. His take on the movie was, I thought, great, and of course I'm not going to be, here it is. Watching Licorice Pizza is simultaneously like watching life with all the boring parts cut out and like watching movies with all the phony parts cut out. And I thought that was almost perfect because it's so episodic, right? That's what you're talking about, a lack of a plot. The plot is there. It's just a lot of it's implied, right? You have these scenes like he tries out for a part, right? He tried out for the part, doesn't get it. But instead of them going back and hammering away, you're too old to be trying to be a child actor, blah, 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 blah. You just see the scene. And then it's on to, I think that's when he saw her walking down the sidewalk with the other child actor and got all jealous and started making the phone calls. I think that was right before that scene. But the scenes are episodic like that. So it's not the tight linear plot that we're looking for, but there you can figure it out, right? And the other thing that is great about this movie is that it's kind of fact-based, right? Not entirely, but PTA actually saw a woman taking photographs of high school kids and thought, be interesting to make this movie. And he kind of got that gem. But the story of the actor of Hoffman's character is really taken from the real life of a movie producer named Gary Getzman, who was on the Lucille Ball show when he was a little kid, who opened the waterbed store, who opened the pinball arcade. All of those things come out of this guy's life. This guy is a pal of Anderson's and is actually in the movie briefly, as is his kid. And so he takes those two things and puts them together. And Getzman even sold a waterbed to John Peters, the producer, Barbra Streisand's boyfriend, all of that, who is played in a movie by Bradley Cooper. And Anderson got permission from John Peters to use him as a character. And he's a self-absorbed lunatic in the
Kent, I heard an interview that PTA did a couple years ago where he gave, like, he was on the phone with him and he kind of explained, like, here's what I have your character doing. And I guess in the original script, John Peters' character was like going to yell at them, and he was like, I wouldn't have done that. And PTA asked him, oh, what would you have done? And he goes, I would have hit on the girl. And so that's why they wrote that in the movie, where he's leaning over her and trying to cop a feel, because the real life John Peters was like, that's what I would have done in 1973.
And there was an interview I had watched with Kevin Smith, who he had originally worked with John Peters in the Nick Cage Superman movie that ended up going to Tim Burton. But there were many quotes directly lifted from just this story that he had with Peters that ended up being used by Bradley Cooper in the movie. Like, he was just word for word kind of crazy.
Yeah, exactly, word for word. And my understanding is that Peters, that was his only demand to use him as a character, was you have to use my exact lines.
Interesting.
Well, there's enough stories floating around, I'm sure, to do that.
Those elements that you just described can't help me appreciate it a little bit more, because one of the things that was a struggle for me was I just didn't find the characters relatable, because how many 15-year-olds are opening waterbed stores and then pinball arcades? So it's hard for me to kind of get into all. It's like, why is this guy, where's this guy getting the money from? What is he do? How is this happening? And so knowing that at least this came from someone else's loosely based on a real story helps just a little bit. I think part of my problem was I kind of convinced myself that not that this was going to be American Graffiti, but that it was going to be a period piece where it was, when you talk about coming of age, you think of American Pie, you think of American Graffiti,
Dazed and Confused.
Dazed and Confused. You think of all these different movies that have been coming of age movies. And unlike some of those where there's always a plot, right? This one didn't quite have her, at least not as overtly.
I mean, the plot is essentially, will they get together?
Yes, yes. But it just seemed like some of the things that they were involved in just seemed a little too out there for me. It was just like, wait a minute, how is this even working? So I didn't think it was a bad movie. I just didn't enjoy it as much as I thought I would, because it almost seemed way too far-fetched.
And I will say, if as someone who lived through that era, it rings just the opposite for me. And if you want to make a connection to that previous movies, watch this movie and watch Dazed and Confused. That is, because Dazed and Confused is essentially set at the exact same time. So
one of the things, Kent, that I wanted to point out was the music in this, and specifically, I thought the needle drop for Let Me Roll It by Paul McCartney and the Wings was one of the better needle drops that I can remember seeing in a movie in a while, because that is the scene after not the motorcycle. What would you call that? Would you call that a motorcycle? When he runs and then they're on, is that a motor? I guess
it's a motorcycle.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then they're on the water bed.
Little motorcycle.
Yeah. I figured that the ones that go wee.
Mini bike.
Yeah, sure.
Mini bike.
But I thought that
Pocket
was
rocket.
I've been listening to that song.
Oh, that's your one, huh?
Since it was, Nick. I finished my run on Sunday, and I was like, I'm gonna listen to that song on the way.
The music was really good.
Yeah,
the music was really good.
The music
that song
was
in
really good.
particular,
I did enjoy it, because it wasn't all just like the poppy hits of the period. It was some of a little bit of the deeper cuts.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like that was precisely, it wasn't the obvious, right?
Yeah.
It was, and there's like, you guys wouldn't have noticed this probably, but when he's getting hamburgers with his mom at the drive-in, there's a DJ that's introing a Todd Rundgren song, and that's right when Todd hit, right? But it wasn't. But then when you hear it, it's not bang on the drum all day, right?
Yeah,
it's not Rundgren's big hit. It's a different song.
Yes.
I also I liked going to the main two characters in this movie. Cooper Hoffman looks like a 15-year-old. Pimples, bad skin. And I have, heard a lot of conversation about Elena in general now in just a few podcasts over the last week. She has a very distinctive look.
Yeah.
Not a traditional leading actress in a movie like this. And so you can see why she would be quite striking, but also maybe why she would kind of fall into this world where she's hanging out with a bunch of 15-year-olds too. And so I thought that I just liked the look of the characters, that I didn't feel like I was watching a made-up version of 1973.
The casting was great. They were real people.
Yeah.
Real freckles,
And
real blemishes,
this was
real
their
teeth.
first movies is just insane to me. Yeah.
And she hasn't done anything since, because she kind of has a little rock band, or pop rock, or whatever you want to call them, band.
Great band.
Do you like them?
Oh, yeah.
Great band.
They're fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought she was like an Instagram person, and Riss was like, "No, she's in a band." I said, "Oh,
I say, ask your wife. She 100%.
I thought she was
I
thought she was an Instagram person. I don't know."
And he, I think, has been in one subsequent movie, or is going to be in one that's going to be released shortly. So, but that's it. But this was their first movies, and I think that helps the movie.
Yeah,
because
for sure.
once again,
you don't.
It's more real, and you don't identify with the actor, right? You're not. Oh, this is a Kirsten Stewart movie or whatever. I'm trying to pick somebody that would. She's too old for that now, but just pick, some young actress and put her in that role, and all of a sudden it becomes a movie about her. Here, you don't have that. This makes it, as Nick's saying, more real, and I think that's why it's so good.
I love their dad so much. By the way, he's so
do
good.
you have to? Because I'm just again going through my mental Rolodex. Is it almost a necessity when you do one of these types of coming of age films that the main characters they're not well known, right? You're not getting well known child actors playing these parts. I mean, I think back to American Pie. Most of that group, who are now very famous today, but for most of that group, that was one of their first movies, and there wasn't really like a outside of
Dazed and Confused did the
Dazed
same
and
thing.
Confused, yeah, because
Nobody in Dazed and at
The
the
kid
time,
who's
nobody in
bones.
Dazed and Confused were even known.
Yeah, the
I mean,
only
they were
one.
all Austin actors.
Yeah, the only one that's different is American Graffiti, because everyone knew who Ron Howard was,
right?
But they hadn't seen him as grown Ron Howard, right? They only remembered little Opie Taylor from the Andy Griffith Show. So it's almost a necessity, because if it's more known, I think it's harder for people to buy into it. And so,
because you don't go in with any baggage.
And so using a Bradley Cooper in the role that he had, using a Sean Penn in a role that he had is perfect.
And by the way, that Sean Penn role is modeled on the actor William Holden, who apparently must have been kind of a jerk.
Yes, so it was a little jarring to just see him there. I did not bother to look at the wiki before I watched this, and then he's like, "Oh God, it's Sean Penn."
How do we feel about the John C. Reilly cameo? Speaking of cameos,
Okay, Nick, that was I'm hearing his voice, because John C. Reilly was the
Munster, Eddie Munster.
Yes,
Yeah.
and so I'm like, who the hell is that? I know the voice. I rewind it, and then we're watching on Amazon, and one of the things I love about Amazon that I wish every streaming service did was the little
me
X-ray,
too.
the X-ray
That's so
thing.
good.
But he's not on the X-ray thing. So I'm like, all right, I pause the movie, I open up IMDb, and I just scroll, and I'm trying to figure out who is this? And then finally I saw John C. Reilly, and I was like, oh.
I've watched Step Brothers and Talladega Nights so much growing
So
up
you figured
that
it out,
it's just in my head. I know his voice.
I got pissed that I couldn't figure it out without having to scroll through a bunch of stuff figuring out who it was.
I love when Bradley Cooper just does a cameo in a movie and you don't realize he's going to be in the movie.
He seemed like he had a lot of fun playing that.
Well,
playing
even
that.
in Dungeons and Dragons, he just his cameo in that movie. He just
You
shows
remember,
up.
John?
I do.
The great movie.
That led to one of my favorite little scenes in the movie, but the driving the moving truck.
My God.
That was tight.
That
was a badass
so cool.
scene. And because the whole time I'm like starting to get really tense, like what's going to happen at the end of this?
That scene did a really good job of really showing the age gap between the characters. Too.
Yeah, because they were all like,
it's like us as adults in that situation. After that, we're going to be like, holy S, we
Yeah.
survived. And then the guys were just like, oh, hell yeah, that was sick.
Oh, and then when we were talking about the Elena character earlier and like, why the hell am I hanging out with these kids? The best representation of that, of course, was when they needed the gas. And the kids are treating the gas can and all of the things very sexually.
They sure are.
And I was just looking at her like, man, you made a huge mistake hanging out with these yahoos, and they're just having a great time.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
children.
And what we're really getting at here is that these scenes, whether it has the tight plot or not, are exactly what LaSalle said. This is like watching real life, but just the good parts.
Yeah. The memorable stories.
And the best part of memories
is making them. Yeah.
I will say, I wish I could take credit for this because this helped me see the movie in a slightly different way. But the reason these characters work so well together is because they're trying to do the opposite of each other. The kid, the 15-year-old, he's trying to grow up and be an adult.
100%.
Do all these, like, he goes to this bar. He's a regular at this bar. He tries to have all these businesses. And Elena seems like she's trying to chase youth.
Trying to stay young.
Trying to stay young and do all these things. And it's just, they kind of meet in the middle somewhere.
Yeah.
That being said, I don't like either of these characters.
Interesting.
I think it's
Which ones?
a decent, the main two.
Okay.
I think it's a decent story, Gary and Elena, but I think they're not good people. You know, it's like Always Sunny. It's like you're watching it, you enjoy it, but you know they're not.
He's
good
certainly
people.
a bit of a huckster.
Yeah.
I don't think they're good for each other.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Here's the question. What's, not to give away the end of the movie, but it's like, think about what happens the next day.
Right.
You know, it's not going to end well.
They're not good for each other. I think they both have their own things they clearly need to work on.
Yeah.
As people.
Yeah. Well, again, she might be, because there's a scene in the movie. Was it the scene with Bradley Cooper where she's asked her age and she slips and says 28, and then she corrects herself and says 25.
Yeah.
And so it's like, oh my gosh, are you 13 years older than this kid? Yeah. Not great.
It's a tough look.
It is. It's a very tough.
You're right on it on the ending, right? The ending doesn't need to be, you know what's going to come. They don't have to show you.
Correct.
I think it would have been better if they didn't end up together.
Yeah.
If they just would have been like, all right, we're going to go our separate ways.
I did like the ending. I thought the ending was really good. Yeah. But even though I don't care about the next day, because the next day, you know, or 2 months later or 2 weeks later.
I mean, I thought it was a really sweet ending, but I think I would have liked the movie better if it just would have been, okay, we both need to act our ages.
I think it gives you a little bit of both. You realize, hey, these two have, finally found each other, but you also know that it's probably not going to last. You know. and so it
First love usually doesn't.
It leaves it open to whatever interpretation you want.
Also, I don't like that. It feels like the only reason Elena got involved in politics was because she was just attracted to the politician.
Oh yeah, we didn't even talk about Benny Safdie being in the movie.
And the politician he played is actually a real guy.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yeah, real politician that interestingly was closeted and has since come out, and he's still
alive.
Joe
Wax.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I really like that interaction between Alana and his boyfriend.
That scene was
It
great.
was such a good
when you
scene.
realize what's going on
Yeah.
and why everyone is at that table, that was a good scene.
I assume the guy wearing the... Oh, sorry, Ken.
Go ahead.
I assume the guy that was just kind of hanging outside the office was a reporter or somebody trying to get dirt.
I thought that he was like an ex-boyfriend or a fling, like with the benefit of
Oh.
hindsight. That's what I thought that character was. But that you might be onto something, Nick. Someone trying to get dirt on him.
Well, that is Licorice Pizza. You can find it on Amazon Prime.
So you weren't a huge fan.
Not a huge fan. It was fine, but I wasn't a huge fan.
Yeah.
I didn't like it enough to want to watch it again or keep watching it.
I think
but
I'd watch
thought
it
was,
again.
It was
Ken,
fine.
you watched it now for the second time. What did you think watching it again?
Third time, maybe fourth time.
Oh wow. Okay,
Ah.
never mind.
I
loved it enough
really
to-
like this movie, and part of the reason, I mean, I pretty much really like everything that PTA does. Right? I mean, I can't think of I don't think he's made a bad movie, and this one is different in a sense for him because it is kind of sweet and it is kind of light and it is. I mean, this is the guy that made There Will Be Blood, right?
Mhm.
We're
Yeah.
not talking about a guy that generally makes this kind of movie. And I thought there's something about it that just really hit with me, that what I hadn't watched it for probably a year. And I liked it as much. I guess it'd be either the fourth time. I guess this is the fourth time I've seen it. And it didn't play too long, even haven't seen it that many times. And it's what, 2 hours and 25 minutes, something like that.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh. It was compelling enough to keep me watching, but I don't think I'll watch it again.
I think I'll stumble upon it again.
All right. Well, Nick, it is your turn.
Yep, and as we all know, John won't be here next week.
He will not.
He's going to abandon us.
I will be in Philly next week.
This movie is one I've been meaning to watch for the last couple years, I guess. And I just haven't, and it's finally on Netflix.
Okay.
Everything, Everywhere, All at Once.
Oh, okay. I have seen that movie. Nice.
I've been meaning to watch it. I just haven't.
All right. It won the Oscar last year, John.
Yeah, my number one movie of what would it be, 2022?
2022. Right. Nick, do you know anything about
I know
this
nothing.
movie?
And I've intentionally, because I like to do this, if I know I want to watch or interact with something, I just avoid everything that I possibly can about it.
Mm-hmm.
So I know nothing.
Okay.
I'm going to go in blood.
This will be one that probably be I don't know how many times I watched this. Maybe not the whole thing, but I've watched it off and on because I just think it's a fascinating movie.
Yes, it definitely is.
I'm interested.
Everything, Everywhere, All at Once on Netflix.
Yes.
Before we break, did you see this? Did you hear about this?
Oh, tell me more.
They are rebooting Naked Gun.
Oh.
Did we watch that for Movie Club?
We did Airplane, didn't we? I think we did Airplane. Yes. This is being remade, and I believe, I thought I read somewhere, is Seth MacFarlane involved in this? Maybe he's not.
Then I'm definitely out.
I could see it though.
But apparently they've gotten Liam Neeson to star as Frank Drebin.
Oh.
Yes.
See, I don't think movies like this can be remade.
How come?
No,
Well,
and Leslie Nielsen, no, you're never going to match him.
No, I mean,
what a guy.
It doesn't need to be remade. If you want to make a comedy, but don't rip off another deal. I don't know if the humor will be as appreciated as much today.
Well, we did watch Fletch, and that was way different than. And I know that wasn't a remake; it was a sequel.
Surely the humor is going to be adjusted. It's going to be different. It won't be the same humor.
Because that was what, late 80s?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically the same humor as Airplane, as
it's a different brand of humor.
Surely you can't be serious.
Yeah, the Zucker brothers.
I love that.
Not to head down too weird a path, but when that movie came out, Leslie Nielsen came to Lincoln. They did a college promotional tour for it, and it had one of its premieres or whatever at the Stewart Theater, which is now long gone.
Right.
And I spent most of the day hanging out with Leslie Nielsen. That man was hilarious.
Oh,
that's why I'm
jealous.
And his whole career changed because he was a serious actor, and then he got the Airplane role, and then pretty soon he just morphed into this different person. But I don't know. If you want to make a comedy, but you don't have to reboot something that is a period.
And you'll never match that. The humor, it's not going to work. Like even the baseball game stuff, it's not going to work now.
Yeah. Just come up with something original. That's all.
Tough look for Seth MacFarlane, that goober.
If only he ever came up with something original.
No, he didn't. He did. Hey, remember that one time we did that one thing? Family Guy. Stupid show.
All right. Well, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once next week. Kent, have a great weekend. Thanks.
Well, you have a lovely time. When are you going to Philly?
Not till next week.
Next
It's
week.
just,
Okay.
just for one game, and then we're back, and then it's New York,
He's
and then it's the
abandoning us.
NCAA tournament.
Yeah, so can't say whatever you want to say to John because you won't see him till April.
Yeah, call him stupid.
Nice.
Won't see him till April. He hopes.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, we'd be back earlier. You never
Okay,
know.
maybe you'll see him the second weekend when I'm in sunny Las Vegas.
Oh, me too,
And
Josh. I'll
poor-
also be there.
Poor John sitting here in the studio.
I'm fine. I'll be.
That reminds me, sign up today for 1620, the email. You can enter to get to Vegas.
Nice, Nick.
Ken, have a great weekend.
See ya.
Bye,
Ken
Ken.
Welcome out of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Yes, you can sign up now. Go to subscribe today.
Mm-hmm.
Sign up now so that you can get our emails, and you can sign up for the big trip to Vegas for the second weekend of the college basketball playoff.
Hell yes.
Thank you, Circa Sports.
With great second prizes as well, including watch parties.
For the first 2 days of the college basketball playoff.
Correct.
Hey, when we come back, can we talk about the new college football rules before we talk to Sam McEwen? Because there's some interesting, weird crap in here.
All right. 1620 the zone.
Previously on the crossover.
We have the Valentino's ice cream.
Oh, he's going to defend it. This is wild. This is wild. This is so gross.
It's not unlike, now I wouldn't eat this regularly, but it's a little like if you threw it in the freezer.
But blended it first.
Yeah, probably a little blended, but.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
More sunshine this afternoon, staying warm and breezy with the high today in Omaha of 62 degrees and southerly wind gusts possible up to 25 miles an hour. Mostly clear and pretty mild tonight, though breezy early. A low by tomorrow morning, 34 degrees. Mostly sunny, warm, and breezy with very high fire danger for your Saturday, a high tomorrow of 72. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like we've got a crash on northbound 204th at Maple, causing delays in that area. If you're west on I-80, looks like a stall has the right shoulder blocked just past the 480 split. If you're east on I-80, delays from 108th to 84th. Delays on westbound Dodge between 680 and 120th. On eastbound Dodge between 680 and 90th. And then if you're east on L Street, delays between 108th and 90th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
The electrical market requires your company to adjust to an ever-changing field. IBEW Local 22 gives you flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, and proven training programs. Call Bob at IBEW Local 22 for details at 402-980-7596.
Betting on your favorite sporting events just got a whole lot easier. Warhorse Sportsbook is now open in Omaha. Save yourself the drive across the river and put your money where your mouth is at Horseman's Park, 6303 Q Street. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
If you're unhappy with your job or employer and you've hit a dead end, it's time to start your new career as a delivery driver with Host Coffee. Our local family-owned business is growing, and we now have openings for delivery drivers and other positions starting at $22 an hour with full benefits. If you're interested, visit hostcoffee.net/careers to connect with us.
Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Progressive presents 10 things on a contractor's to-do list that are harder than getting a commercial auto insurance quote. Bidding a new client, giving an accurate estimate, finding affordable materials, getting a client to pay you for work you already did, getting a client to pay you, period, securing permits and workers and tools, getting those workers and tools to work together, and finding the perfect pair of overalls. Pockets, baby. But the easiest thing on a small business owner's to-do list? Seeing if you can save on commercial auto insurance. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions.
Blowout sale at Leach Camper Sales in Council Bluffs.
And don't forget, the coffee's always on.
If you only have a 401k, you're not getting the most for retirement.
Wait, what?
Add a Robinhood IRA on top, then they'll boost it by 3%.
You can do that?
And if you transfer in any retirement account, you get 3% on top of that.
Is there a limit to the match?
No limit. Robinhood Gold gets you the biggest contribution match of any IRA on the market. Sign up for Robinhood Gold at Robinhood.com/boost by April 30th. Subscription fees apply.
Investing involves risk. 3% match requires gold for 1 year from first match. Must keep IRA for 5 years. Match on transfers subject to additional terms and conditions. Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
This is unsportsmanlike conduct.
I know what you're all saying, but I'm going to be right, and you're all going to look stupid.
On 1620, The Zone.
Well, we talked about this before, but now it sounds like it's actually going to happen, or at least it has the momentum to happen, that we'll get some rule changes in college football. And while it's not going to I don't think these are the type that are really they're not really that controversial. And we're not talking about like the pass interference rule in the NFL that they changed a few years ago.
No, definitely not.
Or anything stupid like getting ready to fumble through the end zone touchback rule.
Though we will have,
they'll never do.
So I do want to have fun with some vernacular from one of these new rules. So college football is instituting let me get a couple things. Helmet communication is in. No duh. Sideline tablets are in. No duh.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have a 2-minute warning. It will be approved next month. But the thing that I am laughing at with this, before we get to the signing day stuff, is that they are not calling it a 2-minute warning. They're calling it a 2-minute timeout. Officiating head Steve Shaw notes that the NFL first added it as a literal warning when there weren't clocks. Now that it's not really a warning, they're going with 2-minute timeout. So that's funny to me, and I don't broadcast college football games, neither do you.
No.
But the broadcasters are going to have to say 2-minute timeout. And so that's funny to me from that perspective.
You know
Very
what?
dumb.
No, I mean, come on. We know what the 2-minute warning is. And yes, the 2-minute warning was first instituted back when the game time was kept on the field.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have electronic scoreboards in the stadium, or the hand dials weren't accurate.
They all used sundials.
They used a 2-minute warning just to let everyone know how much was left in the game. It has since morphed into a thing of its own where you're just used to it in the NFL. Why not just keep the language that we've always used?
It's not a big deal. You don't have to change the language.
I mean,
just call it the 2 minutes.
This is where college administrators are going to finally do something that supposedly is logical.
Yeah. And by the way,
Come on.
AJ Eds, who is the Rules Committee co-chair and Big Ten VP, he emphasizes that the 2-minute warning, 2-minute timeout, won't be an additional timeout. It's a fixed stoppage for the last TV timeout we'd normally have anyway. Ideas is that it will lessen the chance of a touchdown commercial, kickoff commercial. So it's this. They're not building in another timeout. Yeah, and John doesn't believe that for 1 second. But that is
right.
So we'll see if games get longer. But yes,
if the networks say we need more commercial breaks because we're paying you a lot of money, guess
more
what's going to
commercial breaks
happen?
shall be had.
They're going to have more commercial breaks. So
yeah, that's the funny one.
And again, I'm not against this.
Yeah,
I'm not saying this is a bad thing. I don't see it as necessary.
But
the reason they're putting it in is for commercial breaks.
So that's that. The other one, and certainly not a whole lot of time here to flesh it out before Sam, but the subgroup of commissioners working college football is recommending now 3 signing periods instead of 2. The first Wednesday in February all the way through April 1st. I think that's basically exactly what it is right now. And so here are the 2 new ones. They will punt on the early signing day in mid-December, and they will move it up to the Wednesday ahead of conference championship games. So, for example, this past season, that's
moving it up 2 weeks, right?
It's moving it up
1 week.
It's moving it up 2 weeks because I believe it was Wednesday. Oh, you know what, John? Depending on the year, it probably will be either 2 or 3 weeks, depending on the calendar.
Okay.
This year, that would have meant Wednesday, the 29th of November, actually.
Okay.
So that's when that would be. So that's the second one. So it's moving up again a little bit. But also the last Wednesday in June, which is obviously wholly unique. and something that a lot of us, yours truly included, have been saying, if you're going to have an early signing period, actually make it early and get it away. Honestly, I don't need the December one. I would rather them have two, have the really early one and have the normal one. And I have to imagine.
Yeah, do we need 3 signing periods?
Exactly. They're going to push, the schools are going to push for players to sign in June. And obviously a lot of players will also be signing in June, and they'll go from there. By the way, the full group, they will vote on this on Wednesday. If approved, I'm reading Nicole Auerbach. The early December signing period would take effect this year, the summer signing period next year. So we'd get the early December in 24, we get the early summer in 25.
Right. I mean, I get why you want to adjust, which would now be the middle signing period, because it's all about, not having to juggle postseason preparation with the transfer portal and figuring out who's going to be on your roster with high school recruiting. I get that.
Yeah.
But wouldn't adding an earlier period, I don't know. The more these things happen, the more I am leaning towards what Bo Pelini said is just like, let them sign when they sign.
Well, and obviously we don't have any extra info here, but I have to imagine that they will have built in, eject buttons. If a coach is fired, if a head coach leaves, if a position coach leaves. For the record, I'm a fan of this. I'm a fan of a signing period in the summer because I think the purpose of this is to get away from having so many things happening in December. I think that this can solve some of those problems.
But one of the drawbacks is because as we saw with the addition of the December signing period, it basically made the February one obsolete.
Yeah.
Because everything got pushed up. Now I realize this is several months further ahead than the last change, but you're going to get a lot of people trying to push to get most of your signings done in the first signing period. And how much is that? How much could that lead if you already know, hey, I've got a deal and could you get people opting out of playing their senior seasons in high school?
That I've heard that complaint and I've heard that concern.
Because it's like, hey, I've got my scholarship. I know where I'm going to go. I'll just work out, stay in shape,
and not get injured.
But
yeah, I've heard that complaint. Yeah, it's a good question.
And then for those maybe late bloomers or for program. Now, I don't know how this could either be a detriment or a benefit to Nebraska, but Matt Rule loves senior tape.
Yeah, can that help?
Could it help them because maybe more people will fall through the cracks, or will it hurt
because they're not playing the best competition?
Because they're not playing the best competition, or some of those players, who knows?
It's a great question.
Sam McHugh, Omaha World Herald, will join us next. We'll get his thoughts on this and other things coming up on 1620 The Zone.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 The Zone.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber, from the company with America's fastest download speeds. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply.
42 Degrees is the only place to get premium e-juice and disposables.
You know that's right.
And this is the last weekend to buy one and get one half off. Premium disposables like Tyson's, Rodman, Geek Bar Pulse, and premium e-juice like Monster, Coastal Clouds, and Aqua are all buy one, get one half off. Or maybe buy 6 and get half off 6 more.
Oh yeah!
It's the perfect time to stock up. 42 Degrees, your destination for top-tier cannabis, second to none product selection, and exceptional service. Buy your mom's house.
Creighton Sports Update. Tomorrow rounds out the home slate for Blue Jay men's basketball. Creighton hosts Marquette at 1:30 p.m. for their annual whiteout game. While this game is sold out, fans can tune into Fox for TV coverage, as well as 1620 The Zone, 1019 The Keg for play-by-play. For more information or to follow along on all things Creighton, visit gocreighton.com. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
The needs of modern businesses are always changing, but corporate cards haven't evolved in decades. Until now. Meet Ramp, the all-in-one finance platform that combines corporate cards with spend management software. Ramp is the only card designed to actually help your business spend less, not more. With Ramp, you can set custom controls to stop out-of-policy spend before it even happens. And Ramp software even does expense reports for you. No more manual entries, no more chasing receipts. And with best-in-class accounting integrations, you'll close your books in days, not weeks. Ramp gives you better insights and a real-time view of all company spend, so you can stay focused on the big picture and build a healthier business. Join over 15,000 businesses who have switched to Ramp and start saving an average of 5%. Modern finance runs on Ramp. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. That's ramp.com/sports.
For the 6th year in a row, Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More partners with Food Bank for the Heartland. Right now, if you donate 5 cans of food, you get a safety furnace inspection and cleaning for only $55. In other words, as you turn on the heat and turn in 5 cans of food, you'll help support our community by feeding families in need. Stay cozy and comfortable in your home by keeping your furnace running efficiently all winter long, while also helping others in need. All donations benefit Food Bank for the Heartland. Call 402-934-7003 or visit justcallburton.com.
Is your concrete cracked or uneven? Hey everyone, Coach Greg McDermott here to explain why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. Many people think they need to replace broken concrete, but repairing it provides durable protection and comes at a fraction of the cost. Everlevel provides permanent repair solutions to fix your concrete and protect it against future damage, and it all comes with a long-term transferable warranty. They offer free inspections to walk you through the entire process. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Well, we were wondering earlier, have the Jays given up on hitting because they only had 1 run?
Uh-huh.
Well,
have they started hitting?
Yes, they have.
Have they started scoring?
Nolan Clifford, a ground rule double, and Kyler Zukowski with a 3-run blast. It's 9-4 Blue Jays in the 6th over Air Force.
Bo Pelini special.
Oh, is there any bunting, John?
Oh, yes, you're right. 9-4.
Mm-hmm.
Bo Pelini special.
Any bunts?
Any bunts, you say? I'm going to probably guess no.
Oh, don't tell Sindelar.
And that, John, is why bunting is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
No sacrifices today by the Blue Jays. I mean, when you're hitting as well as they are.
The month of Easter, too, no less.
You know, as a team, they're hitting over 350, and they've scored 71 runs. Now 80 runs in 6 games.
A lot. By the way, I think we did our math really poor the other day.
On what?
The runs in the games. Because remember we said, oh, that's like 12 runs a game or whatever. It was like closer to 14. I don't know why we were struggling so much with the math. We did the math wrong, essentially, when we were talking about it.
No.
Because right now they're averaging...
they're 14.2.
Yeah, so I think we said something like, it's like 12.
Well, I said 12, and then you corrected me and said 13.
Yeah, so I apologize.
Oh,
I want to
look for math boy.
I want to apologize for me on Tuesday.
I was never... I mean, once we got past...
you were of math.
Once we got past times 11, then I was in trouble.
Yeah?
I was good until times 11.
Anything times 12, just multiply it by 10 and add 2.
I don't know why. I could always do 12 times 5 because I remember when I reached 5 feet tall for the first time at 60 inches. And then it's like, oh, 6 foot is 72. But yeah, after that, I can get a bit squirrely.
Yeah. Well, they're still behind their season pace.
Behind the pace.
They're still behind their pace. They've only scored 9.
Mm-hmm.
The good news is they are in the 6th. There's still time, but it's 9-4 Blue Jays in the 6th, and the Nebraska game got rained out today, and they're not going to make it up.
Yeah, apparently they tried to do a doubleheader tomorrow in the College of Charleston, right? That's who they're playing. Was like, no, thank you. We're still working to get Sam. Max tweets in about the early signing period. I'm not against the June signing day, but another thought is a kid signs with the school in June. He blows up and does really well. When the Bamas of the world come calling and he wants out of his signing, it doesn't seem signing means anything anymore. See, now, Max... Here is where I would say, so I mean, I guess in theory they could be like, I'm entering the portal. before they kind of be like expanding the playoff before we even get a playoff. So maybe it's a good point for Max. I have no idea.
By the way, Sam had to be called away on assignment.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry, it has nothing to do with the Bill Moose book.
Oh, man, I wish it would have.
If you missed it, though, earlier on the Connor Happer show,
Jerky,
Steve Sipple was a little bit late to his appearance. Now, you know, when Sipple's late to our appearances, he doesn't come in with some big juicy nuggets.
No, it's usually like I was pooping.
Right.
Hashtag nuggets.
Or he just forgot.
Mainly that. I was asleep.
Sip was informed today, and he said this on Connor's show, that he got off the phone with Bill Moose, and Bill Moose is writing a book about his experiences.
Amazing.
Which will include his experiences at Nebraska. And apparently, I want to be correct in this. I don't want to overestimate, but was the idea that there would be some juicy nuggets that people around here would have to respond to? Is that how it was couched?
I believe I need to listen to the interview, which I will do so tonight.
Go to the 1620thezone.com page and listen to the podcast.
Yeah, or wherever you find podcasts.
Or whatever you find your podcast.
Yeah, so the question is that the university responding or just fan fervor and curiousness, fan/media? Because I imagine...
Or could it be individuals? And remember, the people that hired Bill Moose and the people that Bill Moose hired...
And one of them's the governor.
Gone, with the exception of Fred Hoiberg.
Yeah, but I mean,
and I'm guessing there's not going to be anything too terribly nasty about Fred Hoiberg in there because Fred's a straight up guy.
Yeah. So
said Fred.
Right said Fred.
You think of books in this kind of world that have come out like this before, and a lot of times there will be some pulling of punches because they don't want to ruin potential job opportunities in the future. Maybe they have good relationships.
Don't want to burn bridges. Maybe that things ended on good terms. Didn't really seem like this ended on good terms. I don't think that he wants to do another job. Like, he has reached an age where he's probably just going to hang out on his ranch he's
forever.
Done. He's not going to work in athletic administration anymore.
In theory, that would make it seem like he could pull zero punches, or at least be as honest as he wants to be. Now, I wonder what the fact-checking process is going to be like. How much of this will be fact versus how much of this will be Bill Moose's opinion, because that is also the difference. Like, he can say X did Y, or he could say it seemed like this decision was made because then that does allow you to remove some of, again, the fact-checking process. I'm interested just from just that we cover this program. It's kind of fascinating.
I'm interested to see how much is actually going to be said if it's 250 pages and it's going to cover his time everywhere.
I mean, you keep in mind, this was the guy who hired Mike Leach.
He did hire Mike. Yeah, I mean, Nick's not wrong, though. It could just be one chapter on Nebraska. My guess is it won't be.
Well, sure. I mean, yeah, you can use anything to promote a book.
I'm trying to see what his career looks like, or what his whole career.
But
obviously,
remember,
he also played college football. Don't forget, he played.
He did.
He became an associate or an assistant AD in '82 at Washington State. Then in '88, he became an associate AD there. Then in 1990, he went to Montana to become their athletic director. 95, Oregon. 2010, Washington State, and then 2017, Nebraska. He oversaw some very interesting time periods. You just mentioned Leach. Obviously, we know what happened here. Oregon, that is kind of their ascent to becoming a football power.
Some of this, too, I think, is to allow him to cleanse his image. Not that he was a dirty player or, did anything awful. But remember, there were people at Washington State that thought he spent too freely, and they had issues.
They had a lot of money issues. Yes.
Issues with finances. And then here, remember the 36-hour period where we thought he was fired?
See, that is a part of this story that I would be very interested to see if it was in there.
And there was a lot of allegations going around about exactly what it was he was doing that got him into that sticky wicket.
That went to a point where the university put out a statement, and those of us who had been following the story and hearing a lot of these whispers were like, oh, so there's the statement. A lot of people read that and they were like, Why is
Where
there
did
a
this come
statement?
from?
Yeah, like
Yes.
some national people were like, what's this about? I'm
Yes.
confused. That was 5 years ago now, by the way. That was 2019 when that happened.
And so he's probably looking to, clear the air or at least give his side on that because he never did speak on that.
No, he did not. Nobody did.
And then, of course, everything that happened with the unraveling.
Hell,
and-
John,
and-
why did he get pushed out?
Yes, why did he get
that
pushed
story again. We've heard things behind the scenes, but we have never heard a definitive answer because they said, "Oh yeah, he retired." It certainly doesn't have the appearance of him retiring, though. And
No.
he kind of alluded to that talking to Sam McEwen. So, yeah, there's a lot there with Nebraska, and so I understand where Nick's coming from. And Hurt Husker fan writes 250 pages so far. How much bigger can this book actually get? Especially with the editing process.
He did say that he aims for it to be out by football season, right?
Yeah, that's pretty fast.
That's what, July, mid-August
Mhm.
at the latest?
Yeah.
I mean, the audience for this is going to be mostly Nebraska.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, do Washington State fan? I guess if there's some interesting Leach stuff in there, but
maybe. But let's face it, the people who are going to be more likely to buy this book are going to come from Nebraska because of the fervor and the passion that this place has and the mystery that has surrounded just everything in general, even stuff that has nothing to do with Bill Moose. We have always wondered aloud if anyone was going to write the definitive story about these last 25 years of Nebraska football and Nebraska athletics. And there's so many different eras.
Yeah, and while
there's
this
the
won't
collapse of the Solich era, there's Steve Peterson, there's Bill Callahan, then there's Bo Pelini, then there's Tom Osborne, then there's Sean Eichhorst,
Harvey Perlman,
Bill. I mean, all of these
And then,
different
yeah,
principles
Moose and Frost.
and honestly, you could there's enough material there about all of those separate eras to try to do one giant book would be really, really difficult, in my opinion, because there's so many different eras and so many different thought processes. And the fact that this is the first person to actually be willing to go out there and do that is interesting. We've always thought,
be
hey,
a
what if
writer.
Sipple wrote a book? What if Dirk wrote a book?
That's always what it is. Yeah, it was what if
But
Dirk.
it's getting people to talk. Well, here's one of the people who was actually at ground
I hope
zero
Dirk does.
during a certain period of time.
I miss Dirk.
And is willing to talk.
Mhm.
And he's doing it on his own. And that alone is probably going to sell some books because there's just been this great fascination with how did it all go wrong? And this happens to be at the very end. Not that the losing has totally stopped, but it seems like the bleeding of athletic administrative strife has come to an end.
Mhm.
There is stability. There is peace. There is peace in the Husker universe. There appears to be cohesion between the very tops of university administration, the Trev Albertses of the world, and all the coaches below that. There, for the first time in a generation, it seems like there's unity of purpose, as it's been dubbed around here.
Text from Brent, excuse me, says you should see this video with Michael Severe. Seen Michael's video?
I
Well,
wonder if
Michael's
Moose has seen Michael's video.
well, Michael's video make
Great
an appearance in
question.
the book.
I hope that's the one. If Nebraska just gets a chapter, I hope that's mentioned in the chapter.
Yeah, and then
Well,
this,
you know how some of these books have the middle section where it's all pictures,
yes,
and the paper is more glossy, so the pictures look better. Will one of the still pictures be a screenshot of Michael's video?
I hope
Then
so.
the shirt will be immortalized in print.
That would be amazing.
Now it's got to be in color. It can't be black and white. Otherwise, we won't be able to appreciate the true two-tone nature of the shirt.
Of the shirt.
Of the
Important.
Saint shirt.
Oh my gosh, that'd be awesome. And then this guy, Michael Severe, had a microphone shoved in his face by a couple of youngsters at a sports bar.
Right after a Saints game.
3 minutes later, the video was uploaded to YouTube where it now has 2 million views.
My gosh.
Mm-hmm.
And all of the Nebraska media took flack for it for not
Oh my gosh.
spilling the beans.
Thanks a lot, Michael.
Thanks, Michael.
Well, I look forward to it. I hope it actually does happen.
I'm certainly intrigued, John. I'm certainly
I just don't want to be disappointed. I don't want it to be like Nick is where it's one chapter and there's nothing in there. I mean, if we're gonna do this, let's let's do this.
Oh yeah.
Let's make this interesting.
I feel like a lot of the book is going to be about Oregon. I mean, you said yourself that's kind of what kickstarted their rise into prominence.
You think so?
I have a feeling it's going to be. I think a lot of the chapters or a lot of the book will be focused on that.
I don't know. I mean, he wasn't there for like the Chip Kelly era.
Yeah.
So, Nick, I'll politely disagree.
Oh,
yeah. You'll politely disagree.
Yeah.
Coming up next, it is One Beer Friday, brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. And this week, Scratchtown Brewing Company.
It's a different guy.
Oh, that's too bad.
Where's our guy? Where's Green Jeans?
Mr. Green Jeans is not doing the weather today. By the way, Elkhorn North won. They beat Beatrice by 10.
Thank you. I'd missed the ending. I was wondering.
Well,
what
I mean, I
happened.
did mention the beginning of it with Husker commit Britt Prince.
What's Beatrice's mascot?
The Orangeman. Or I think it's now just the Orange, but it used to be it's the Orangeman.
Why?
Because it's the Orangeman.
Okay.
That's what Syracuse is, Nick. No, wait, they're just the Orange.
They're just the Orange.
Syracuse Orange.
Which also confuses me.
Yeah. That's what Beatrice is.
I was mostly curious because they stole the Oregon logo. To use
You're
as
really
theirs.
hung up on this thing.
I'm a little hung up on it.
Nick, a lot of schools do this.
No, I know. It's just weird seeing the Oregon one.
Okay.
For whatever
Well,
reason.
it's not the complete Oregon one. Otherwise, there would be copyright infringement and they would probably get sued.
Unless Oregon just doesn't know about Beatrice, Nebraska.
They probably don't. One Beer Friday is next, the happy hour on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, a couple stalls that can slow you down as you make your way home this evening. If you're west on I-80, you've still got a stall blocking the right shoulder at the 480 split. Also, if you're east on I-80, delays from 680 to 84th. If you're south on 680, delays from Pacific to I-80. Also, some delays on eastbound L Street from I-80 to about 108th. And then if you're west on Dodge, you're going to see delays from 680 to 120th, and on eastbound Dodge from 680 to 90th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Mario Street Tacos or steak and chorizo queso blanco enchiladas can only be found in one place. Fernando's. Great Mexican food, awesome margaritas, and a wonderful family atmosphere. Fernando's, Omaha's favorite Mexican for more than 30 years.
Hi, friends. Kent Pavelka courtside getting ready for this year's matchup between the Average Roofing Companies and the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. The Average Roofers are just that, average at best, not very impressive. The Rooferees, above and beyond the opponent, more dependable, service that exceeds the norm, good sportsmanship, fairness, and integrity. You know them, you love them, and they're ready to win for you. Make the right call with John Higgins Weather Guard. It's tip-off time with the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Make the right call.
Hi, I'm Mike Ham with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Colts general manager Chris Ballard said the club wants to pull the reins a bit on Anthony Richardson as the second-year quarterback continues to make positive progress from a season-ending shoulder surgery suffered in October. Steelers general manager Omar Khan said of last year's starting quarterback, quote, "I have full faith in Kenny Pickett. He's shown us some good things. We'll have some strong competition there, and we'll see where it goes." Pickett 7-5 during the regular season, while Mason Rudolph went 3-0, plus started in Pittsburgh's playoff loss. And the GM said he's been in touch with Rudolph's representatives, going on to say, quote, "He knows we want him back." The 2024 NFL Combine continues Saturday, where the running backs, quarterbacks, and wide receivers try to impress teams. Watch all the action at 1 Eastern on NFL Network and streaming on NFL Plus. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is this never ends. Call my office now, If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
Hey, Omaha dog lovers, get ready for more wags and more fun. Hound HQ, your dog's favorite spot for daycare, boarding, and top-notch grooming is now open. At Hound HQ, there's plenty of space for a pup to sleep, play, and everything in between. Plus, our expert groomers are here to ensure your furry family member always looks fabulous. Join our pack on Facebook and Instagram at The Hound HQ, or visit our website, thehoundhq.com, and sign up your dog today. Hound HQ, more wags, more fun.
The back seat. Check the back seat. All right, come here. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Saturday, Senior Day, features a matchup of top 15 teams as the number 5 Marquette Golden Eagles visit the number 12 Creighton Blue Jays. Pre-game coverage begins Saturday at noon. Tip-off 1:30 on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw when you're gone.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
We probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club biggest contributor.
Yeah, for that. I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was? Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
It is a One Beer Friday presented by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild, and today we have Scratchtown Brewing.
Oh, that smells good. I want to give it up to Scratchtown, John.
Nebraska.
Want to give it up to Scratchtown. So we love all of our breweries, all of our fine sponsors of One Beer Friday. But Scratchtown, it's obvious that they're friends of the Grum. And folks are saying, why would you say that, Josh?
Yeah, why would you say that, Josh?
I'm happy you asked. Because they sent us IPAs. And IPAs only. Thank you, Scratchtown. John and I have the Wonder Twins. Nick, are you going with the Wonder Twins, or are you going to try the Black IPA?
Raven Twins.
Nick is going with the Black IPA. I'm going to take one of those home. I think I'll try that this weekend.
It's a cool name.
It is.
Also, we still got our jerky left.
Mm-hmm.
Beer and jerky.
Ooh, tasty. My friends gave this a very high rating on Untapped. I can see why.
Yeah.
That is some good stuff.
It is good. So thank you to Scratchtown. Also, thank you to Cornhead and Pipeline Jerky.
Yep.
We did our jerky taste-off today.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to check out the results, they are... well, we can show you, actually. But if you want to watch the actual taste test, because it was a blind taste test. Now I got to get back with everything else. The Cornhead Jerky Hickory was the highest vote getter in the blind taste test, with Cornhead's Bold and Spicy finishing a close second, Pipeline's peppercorn jerky finishing a close third. Not as much love for the pork jerky.
Oopsies.
Which I mean, again, I like them all.
Oopsies.
Can I have another one of the pork jerky? I'm curious.
Nick, you don't have to pretend to like it. Hey, by the way, while John grabs that, Nick,
Yes.
One Beer Friday today.
Mhm.
What do we got for the folks?
Many things. It's a prize pack.
Oh, a package of prizes.
Package of prizes.
Is.
I think there's now. Forgive me. We got this 2 weeks ago in preparation.
You couldn't like open up the prize pack and look back in earlier today?
I don't have it anymore.
Oh, okay.
I had handed it off to the promotions department, and then they
So they
lock
have
it
it.
somewhere safe.
All right. So what do we got in? What do you remember us having in the prize pack?
Gift card.
Hell yeah.
I believe there's a hat.
Hell yeah.
I think there might be a shirt.
Whoa.
I think.
Wow, you can like wear a whole outfit.
It's a whole prize pack.
That is awesome.
Oh.
Well, thank you to Scratchtown.
Did you see what the pork jerky looked like?
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bacon
Thank you to
ass.
Scratchtown. Thank you to the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Let us know what you're drinking. Hashtag One Beer Friday. El Scorcho just let us know. Now it's a picture from his car, and he says on his way home to drink this.
Yeah. Don't Brent Musburger the beer.
Definitely not.
Don't Brent Musburger the beer.
So he's doing
No
that.
open containers, please.
Husker Dave
You
earlier
want that? You want that?
was from the Florida
thank you.
Keys.
Wow.
How about this, John? I
I'm
woke
loving the
up.
pork jerky.
Now that I know it's pork, I can taste the pork.
I was doing prep this morning, as I usually am one to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw that there was already a One Beer Friday tweet in the Menchies. And this was from David, who wrote hashtag One Beer Friday, Geneva Cointrin Airport in Geneva, Switzerland. It was
Right.
at 1:40 a.m. our time.
Holy
Switzerland's
cow.
not that far ahead of us. That would look like a morning beer for old David. So shout out to David. I hope that you enjoyed your Switzerland beer.
What, 6-7 hours ahead of us?
All right.
I think
that'd be my guess too.
So the UK is 6 ahead.
Mhm.
Yes.
Basically, all of those European countries, they are 7 hours ahead of us. So yeah, he had a nice little 8 a.m. beer. We love that. A little tailgate beer. That's nice.
Well, it could have been from the day before.
No, I think he was at the air. He let us
Oh.
know he was at the airport.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not gonna hate. I've had a morning beer.
No. If you're on vacation.
Yeah, I saw it, John. Speaking of beer, I saw this ranking. I wish I could find it real fast, but it was essentially the best beer. And I know we've done this before, but it's been so many years, and now we have new listeners. What is your favorite beer to have? Is it? So I'll give you some options. The post lawn mowing beer. Some people like the shower beer because they're 20.
I haven't had a
all over
shower
again.
beer in a while. but
21,
I
excuse
would
me.
like to have a
Yeah.
shower beer again.
See, Nick is still in his 20s. A shower beer has no appeal to me whatsoever.
No, I don't need to drink anything when I'm in the shower. I'm there to do my business and then get out.
Correct. There is the airport beer ahead of a vacation. A fine beer to have. There's the tailgate.
I've never had an airport beer.
Oh, Nick. That's the best. In my opinion,
Really?
the best beer is you got, because you went through, you did all the stuff, you took off your shoes, you took off your belt.
Or
you
if
had
you're in
to,
the case of Josh, you got taken in the back.
Would
and
it be too early to have an airport beer when we go to?
No, Nick.
No?
See, there you go. Have an airport beer when we go to Vegas. Our flight's very early.
It's
What
very
time is our
early.
flight?
Like
7:30?
7:30.
Honestly, I don't even know if the place will be open that has airport beers, but if it is, we should do one.
Let's partake in an airport beer.
That's my favorite because you've gone through all of the stuff. By the way, Nick traveling is going to be a whole breadth of content. He's never done it as an adult before.
I haven't.
We're going to have to hold his hand.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
Last time I was in an airplane,
the
I
only
was
thing I'm
17.
regretting by not making this trip with you guys is watching the awe of Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Licking
it'll-
ice cream.
Because it'll be
I
just
should get ice cream at the airport.
Mm-hmm.
it'll
That'd be
be
a fun
just
bit.
one giant
Oh, it's lots of stories.
wide, doe-eyed
I've been to airports before.
look at the world.
I've traveled, just not via
And
plane.
then imagine him. You haven't been in Vegas either, right?
This will be. I've been at the airport in Vegas on my way home, but I've never actually been in Vegas.
I've never been farther west than the Rockies.
Vegas is
Wow.
going to be very overwhelming for young Nick. I mean, it's just a lot. There's a lot.
A lot of lights.
A lot of lights. A lot of big buildings. It's
golf
just- it's just
courses.
Substances.
A lot of substances. Wow, Nick, that's where you think
that's-
first.
I mean, because I've been to Vegas, been there, done that. I don't care.
Yeah, we
I
get
don't-
it, John. You travel. You get to
Oh,
travel.
my name's John, and I'm better than everybody.
of
the Jays. I get to go
No, it's not that. It's
I go to New York regularly.
Yeah, you really do go.
I
to
have
New
some
York.
za.
Yeah, you'll go there again in a couple of weeks.
but it's going to be watching Nick. It'll be like like taking a puppy to a park for the first
Like,
time.
don't you wish we could also hire a TV documenting crew? Like they're doing the thing at Nebraska, this Chasing 3. They stole the name of my podcast, by the way.
Wow.
Should I sue them? But Nick, we should have a crew that follows Nick as he explores Las Vegas.
That would be fun.
It'd
That'd
be great.
content.
It'd be great content. So yeah, I'm very sad that you'll miss that. But Nick, my favorite beer of all the beers is the airport beer. You get through the process after you take off all that stuff, and then you sit there and you haven't even left yet. But there's just like, I'm on vacation. I don't have to. Now we're going there for work.
Right.
We have to work. It's the plight of us.
So workcation.
Oh man, it's hard. It's hard work here at the Zone when you have to go to Las Vegas for a few days.
Then we have to get back here, so we're here in time for Easter.
We do have to. We do have to get back
too
in time.
early, by the way.
It's in March this year.
Easter should not be allowed to be in March.
Wow.
They should just give Easter a set day.
Nick against the Bible. Shocking.
Just do to Easter what we did to Thanksgiving.
It should be the what Sunday would, if Nick could choose when Easter is, what day would it be?
First Sunday of April.
First Sunday of April.
I mean, we did it to Jesus' birthday. Why can't we do it to his resurrection day too?
Well, not really though. It's always the 25th.
Fair. I famously forget what day Thanksgiving is.
Good
You mean Christmas?
Crap.
Yeah, you're struggling right now, Nick. You're struggling. Kenny writes, tell young Nick he can collect trading cards from people on the strip. Oh, great point.
Yes, they do give away a lot of trading cards.
I think I know exactly what those are.
Ooh, is this a Honus Wagner?
Well, you can definitely see the Honus. I don't know where I was going to go.
Wow, Andy writes, both holidays are made up. Why not? Sheesh. I mean, technically, all holidays are made up.
That's true.
They're, the only...
Except the 4th of July.
Is that a holiday?
That actually happened on the 4th of July.
Are they
says so in the
anniversaries or are they
document.
holidays, though? The 4th of July is an anniversary that we turned into a holiday.
Right.
Yeah.
Then
And a fine holiday it is.
the other ones are holidays that we just decided to put where they were as a society, as a collective human race.
Not a lot wrong there, Nick. Joey writes, Nick's beer in the shower will be expired since he only showers once every 5 years. Asian Joe says, can Nick afford airport beer? He'd have to eat a lot more ramen in preparation to save pennies.
That's why the airport beer is not at the top of my list.
Because it
I'm
costs
not
too much
paying
money?
Airport prices. The post lawn mowing beer is a great beer.
I like the
because
during lawn mow
You
beer.
can look out. You can look out upon your yard and look at all the work that you did, and you still got a lot of dirt on you.
Your
and
creation.
and
You
your
stink.
yeah, and you're just enjoying the fruits of your labor.
Did you hear what he just said?
No.
I like the during lawn mow beer.
What the hell is wrong with this kid?
During lawn mow.
You can do both.
You don't need to drink and lawn mow at
Your
the same
hand
time.
is going da-da-da-da-da-da.
You're operating a giant machine with a blade on it that can take the heads off of small animals.
Yes.
You shouldn't be drinking while operating heavy equipment.
Fair.
That's why you wait for afterwards. Then you can just get sloshed if you want to. There's also the
Slosh Boys.
dirt track racing beer because you get a little flecks of dirt in there.
I believe that's called the
always-
redneck beer, John.
That's a quality
The
beer.
yee beer.
Get a little Busch Light action going on at Knoxville Raceway.
I mean, I do love a good tailgate beer. It's an 11 a.m. game or a 2:30 game, and you're just there in the morning, and you crack open that Busch Light, and someone's cooking something, and it just smells good on a nice fall day where you got the shorts on, but a long sleeve up top.
I'm saying this. I know it's expensive as hell.
Yeah.
I like a baseball beer. I really do like a baseball
beer
beer.
at a ball game is great. Beer
With
at
a
ball
hot dog?
game. Especially because at the ball games, you can get them in those huge 25-ounce cans.
Right. Now you're also, spending $25, but
Yeah.
What's your favorite baseball beer?
Old style.
Coors Banquet.
Old
I like a
style.
summer shandy.
Oh,
wow, John.
Whoa.
John.
A summer shandy.
Yes. John.
Don't you remember the parties we'd go to at Kugler's house? He had lots of summer
summer
shandies.
shandies. They're delicious.
Are you being critical
But
of
when
Kevin?
I'm at a ball game, I want a man's beer. I want
Wow.
an old style.
What are you saying that a shandy is?
I'm saying it's not a baseball beer.
You just said, but is it a man's beer?
Why isn't it a baseball beer? It's hot. It's refreshing.
There's lemon.
It's not old style. Or as Harry used to say, a tall, cold Budweiser.
Tall, cool Budweiser. Man, you are just smashing that jerky
It's
over
really
there.
good.
What's for dinner? Nick's
Which-
appetite's going to be ruined.
Which jerky are you eating?
The hickory.
Oh, that's the same one I have.
Nice.
It's good. This was the winning one. They were all and they were all good. One had to win. Blind test, yes, but they were all good.
Jared wants to point out that Creighton just bunted for a hit.
They did. They did.
And that, John, is why bunting is beautiful.
We don't get to use the strop enough.
The best part about that is
it
you
did
can
not
hear
lead to any runs.
Hey, play that one more time, Nick.
And that, John, is why bunting is beautiful.
Why is that song by the outfield? Is it because it's by the outfield? Is that why that song is played at every baseball
No,
game? Everyone uses that as their walk-up song.
No, I think that's Jack Grace's.
Use your love
I think that's Jack.
tonight.
I think that's Jack Grace's one.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, why is that that song now of baseball? The first time I actually remember hearing it was at a baseball game. At a Nebraska baseball game in college.
Why don't they just play the entire discography?
I honestly don't. I would love to know. Maybe I need to ask. I will do that next time. Maybe I'll invite Jack on the podcast.
Oh, that'd be a great guest.
And ask him why he uses that song.
It's a fine reminder that another 1620 The Jays podcast went up this morning.
Yes, and I did talk to a baseball player, Ben North, but not about his walk-up song. It's interesting. And this is why I do still have faith in the youth of America.
Hell yeah.
A lot of walk-up songs are older songs.
They are. Yeah, they're not really playing a lot of new stuff.
Exactly, because the new stuff sucks.
Wow. How about Kent earlier when we were talking about the movie and then the actress came up and she's in some band and Kent, that guy is so much older than both of us and he's still opining about the youth music.
Hayam.
Great
band. Listen to it.
Yeah.
Ask your wife which song you should listen to.
I don't even know if she listens to
I'm
them,
sure she
Nick.
does. Your wife has a great taste in music.
She likes listening to books on tape.
I've definitely talked about the Strokes with your wife.
The Strokes?
Mm-hmm.
But I thought this was L'Chaim.
That seems like an inappropriate thing to be talking about with someone else's wife.
Yeah, Nick.
What I'm saying is she's got a good taste in music.
Okay,
I'm
but
sure
the
she
Strokes
listens to
are not
Hayam.
No, the Strokes are not Hayam.
L'Chaim.
Just Hayam.
Oh, okay. Not La. Drop the La.
Drop the La.
Hayam, drop the La.
Uh-huh. All right.
Well,
there you
coming
go.
up.
That's that segment.
That's
Nice.
Wow.
Time for prediction.
No, just the beer segment. That's what I'm going to call that.
The beer segment. Well, another good beer, a basketball beer. Beer to basketball. Beer.
Is it just going to be Michelob?
What? Yes, Nick, it is.
What do you mean,
Old
Michelob?
whites love Michelob.
Yeah, give me that Michelob.
Oh, okay, first of all, no one drinks regular Michelob anymore.
Michelob
right?
Ultra.
Oh, that's
what is it about the old whites and Michelob
And
Ultra?
sweater vests
wait a minute.
with the Michelob Ultra?
John, I don't know any of my age people that drink Michelob
Give me a
Ultra.
Mick Ultra.
Even though every advertisement for them is all of these yoggers out there going, I could sure use a beer, but because I yog a lot, I need a healthy beer.
I
so
need to
get me a-"
replenish my calories that I lost while running, so I need something with more calories. But seriously,
I've
there was
never-
this man that used to be in my life. I saw him all the time. He was a Mick Ultra guy, much older than me, an older white, not Walter.
I feel like whenever I go...
John, don't take umbrage. I'm not saying
Whenever
you're
I go
this.
to a basketball
I don't-
game, I always see Mick Ultras
I do not
in the
like.
hands.
I do not like Mick Ultra.
It's
It's water.
I just got a text that said the young white women also love Mick Ultra. Where are the white women
I thought
getting
the
Mick
ladies,
Ultra.
I thought the ladies like the seltzers.
Guys like seltzers too, John.
No, I do not.
There's some good seltzers out there.
Yeah, I'm out on.
You know what I don't want to order at a ball game? That.
The guy who is out on summer shandies is out on seltzers.
I do like summer
Shelters.
shandies.
I do
By the
too.
way, I'll disagree with John. A basketball beer, it's a pretty normal beer. There's nothing special.
give me a
about-
Coors Light.
You're inside. Baseball beers are better because you're outside in the elements.
What if you're at a Rays game? You're inside.
I wouldn't be caught dead at one of those. If I die,
What if
and
they wear
somebody
the Devil Rays uniforms?
Now, okay, I'm back in at that crappy.
So you're
ass
not going to be at
ballpark.
a Diamondbacks game or a Rangers game or any of the other teams that play inside those damn dome stadiums.
No, I have. I have no
are
real.
the Blue Jays still domed?
You know, like everyone wants to do all the
Yes.
ballparks and stuff. Like that'd be cool.
I mean,
I
it's
don't really.
retractable. They're all retractable.
I don't really have that goal. The thing that I want to do is see all the cool stadiums. I've been to Fenway. I've been to Wrigley. I want to go
Been to Coors.
whatever. I've been to Coors, whatever they call it now out in San Fran. Pac Bell. It's not Pac Bell anymore, but whatever that place is called, I want to go there. And this year in May, I'm going to Seattle. And their ballpark is not Safeco anymore. It's like a phone or something now.
I know I said summer shandy for a baseball beer, but when I go to Coors, hopefully this year, I think I got a date locked down to go to my first MLB game.
Wow, what are you gonna get?
Coors. It's
Oh,
either
yeah.
that or a Blue Moon. I think I want to get a Blue Moon because Blue Moon comes from Coors Field.
Man,
That's where it was invented. I don't like Blue Moon that much,
I
but it
hate
feels
Blue Moon.
right.
Blue Moon is off-brand
I'm
Boulevard wheat.
I'm not big on
Yeah,
wheat
it's not
beers.
great.
Yeah, and they put oranges in it instead of a lemon.
It's because
No
it's supposed to bring it out.
Nah, it doesn't.
Nah.
Joel says, what would Creighton fans know about basketball beers? I thought CHI was Merlot only.
It's not. It's mostly beer.
stems.
Oh.
I have never. I mean,
people.
I don't pass by any empty wine glasses or bottles. It's all cans.
You're at
of
press
beer.
row though, John. Oh, okay. Wow, the scribes are.
Not the scribes. The scribes are stuck up in the corner.
They're in the corner now.
John's just eating cookies and not giving them to me.
Yeah.
Nobody put the scribes in the corner. They're not at press row anymore.
No, they haven't been at press row for the last couple of years.
Oh,
it's like a Pinnacle Bank. They're in a corner.
I had no idea.
Well, actually, they can either be in the corner or I think Matt DeMarinis likes to sit up top.
He loves up top.
In the
Hockey press box.
spot.
Yeah. Chris in Montana says beer on the beach is my favorite. John, you famously love the beach.
No,
I don't like anything on the beach.
Wow. Beer on the beach is awesome.
Now,
would you get sand in your beer?
Yeah.
You want sandy beer?
No.
It can't stay cold because it's blazing hot out there.
Just
heats everything up.
Also, I feel like if I drink enough beach beers and I get up to try to walk, I'm gonna be like, whoa.
Sales director Stacy is opined in the Equitable Bank inbox.
Yeah.
You know I'm a fan, but I once saw someone order a double Merlot on ice at a Creighton game.
That's a tough look.
Yikes, John. That's a horrible look.
I'm not saying that
for
wine
your
has
people.
never been
Thank you,
drunk at a
Stacey.
Creighton game. I just see beer everywhere. I don't
yes,
see
could
wine.
I please get you a top shelf scotch?
On ice? That's disgusting. Put it on the rocks. I'm a monster.
That is a really weird drink to put on ice.
I'd be like, are you Jeffrey Dahmer's great cousin?
It's like putting ice in milk.
Yeah, nasty.
If you don't think that when it happens, that Nebraska finally approves alcohol sales, there's not going to be wine drunk there too. Of course it will.
Yeah, I know, but it's funnier to make fun of it with Creighton fans.
Right. Because of the hoity-toity.
Corey
They're
writes,
all Nebraskans.
Corey writes, Josh keeps a strange group of friends his age if none of them drank Ultra. Ultra demographic is very much the 28 to 35 old range. America's top 10 includes Modelo at 1 in Ultra. So my friends, Corey, we drank local craft brews.
That's because they're hipsters.
Honestly, we drink stuff that's super high ABV. We
My
drink stuff that
friends-
has good flavor to it, not less calories.
My friends drink Coors and PBR.
See,
that's what we drink.
Not surprised by that at all. My
Hell
friends are people that checked in on Untapped all the time, and we grade our
You're
beers.
sounding
and
a
have-
little Creighton-y right now, Josh.
No, Creighton fans check in on a
no
wine
idea
app.
what an Untapped is.
Didn't
Uncorked?
Didn't
is
you
the
make
wine
one, John? I think I'm a friend with you on Untapped.
I did, but I haven't done it in years.
Oh, you should come back on, man. It's fun over here. It's fun over here, man.
I don't
Sorry, Corey.
I'm not sure.
Nick, are you on Untapped? You're not.
I'm not.
You don't drink a whole lot
Like,
of beer.
I don't. I like beer. I'll
Mhm.
drink it, but I
Beer
don't
is
want
good.
to
Beer is
document
good.
it.
Beer
Have
is
some
good.
and stuff.
All right, coming up, we killed that segment.
Mm-hmm.
It was the beer segment. It was good content, John. We talked about beer.
I know.
See,
I'm
we
not
got a call.
I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining at all. But we do have predictions coming up.
Yes, we do.
And
What are you
Sean didn't include Formula One.
I didn't realize they were racing this weekend. I would have.
They're racing tomorrow.
Can we add?
which
Let's
is
add
weird.
it. We can add it.
Yeah, let's just do the first to DNF.
One extra line, John.
Good Lord.
First to DNF, John. It's an easy prop. It's a fun prop.
That's true. Well, yeah, it's true because we're certainly not going to do who's going to win. We already know because it's the same.
Is it
person
Louis?
every week? No, Louis doesn't win.
Let me see
anymore.
who qualified where.
Who wins now?
It's Max.
Oh, Verstappen.
Yeah,
He's
he
always
wins all the
Vergo.
time.
It might still be him.
That's crazy, man. People get mad that the Chiefs win all the Super Bowls. Meanwhile, Max Verstappen
Yep.
wins every race.
Verstappen got the pole.
Well, it's
Are you,
because
Nick?
no
do you
one
still love
passes
this
anybody.
sport like you did a few years ago? It
I
seems like
wouldn't.
you're
No
kind
one
of out
passes
on it now.
anybody.
Nick seems like he likes real good sports now, which is good.
I mean, look at this. He is minus 650 to win.
Oh, that is disgusting.
Minus 650. Old Chuck Leclerc is plus 1,000.
To be
That
fair,
is a giant gap between first and second in an event that has 20 different participants. That is obscene.
yeah, no, it's rough. To answer your question, I still do like it, but it's really hard to like it when the same
Plus that
person
the
just keeps
cars have
winning
gotten
over and
so
over and over and over and over.
huge.
They're so big.
The cars are big now?
Yes, they've like
watching
doubled
them
in size.
Watching them race at Monaco is really sad
Mm.
because the cars used to be of Monaco.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Fine, I'll put
Rough.
it in.
Thank you, John. All right, let's do that next.
Hell yeah.
1620 the zone.
Nick Grimm for Circa Sports Iowa. We're getting closer to the dance, and whether you're with us at the beautiful Circa Resort in Las Vegas at the end of March, or you're watching the tournament back here, Circa Sports Iowa is the best way for you to stay in on the action. They offer tight money line splits, and they strive to keep lines at a minus 110 split. You'll rarely see it go any higher than that. They also don't keep as much money on large market bets like a lot of other places like to do, and they won't limit you if you constantly win. They take pride in their customer service, and for such a very good reason. When I tell you it's like having the hospitality of Las Vegas in the palm of your hand, I mean it. You can email them, you can tweet at them. They are real people that want to resolve any issue you might come across as fast as they can. There's no AI, no bad chatbots, real people. Level up your sportsbook game today. Check out Circus Sports Iowa anywhere in the state of Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
The Connor Happer Show.
Andy Reid was talking in one of his interviews about how Taylor Swift made the team homemade Pop-Tarts.
What if she releases it in a song?
It's just called Pop-Tart.
1/4 cup of sugar. Almond extract brings out the flavor.
$4.50, 20 minutes.
Put a toothpick in it, put a toothpick in it. If it comes out clean, it's yours.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
More sunshine this afternoon, staying warm and breezy with the high today in Omaha of 62 degrees and southerly wind gusts possible up to 25 miles an hour. Mostly clear and pretty mild tonight, though breezy early. A low by tomorrow morning, 34 degrees. Mostly sunny, warm, and breezy with very high fire danger for your Saturday, a high tomorrow of 72. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, no major wrecks to slow you down this evening. We are getting reports, though, of significant delays on eastbound I-80 from 680 all the way to 84th. Also delays on northbound 680 from I-80 to just past West Center. And then delays on eastbound Dodge between 680 and 90th. On westbound Dodge between 680 and 132nd. Delays on 370 for both directions around I-80. And then be ready for some delays in the intersection of 144th and Millard Ave. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
What does Saul's loan on? Almost everything, like jewelry, gold chains, bracelets, earrings, wedding rings, and high-end watches, guns, electronics, $10 to $50,000, super fast and easy with no credit check. Saul's loans on almost everything.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-632-4056 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-632-4056. That's 800-632-4056. What do you have to lose? Call 800-632-4056. Again, 800-632-4056.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
They have to play with themselves.
The 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the over.
Well, because out of the goodness of my heart, I'm just tired of winning all the time.
Oh, is that it?
I took last week off.
Yeah, you did. You suck.
You weren't that much better.
I was better though, John.
You weren't that much better.
Oh, but who's the winner?
Yeah, Nick went 9-6 last week.
9-6. Those are big numbers.
No, not really. Those are rookie numbers, Nick. You got to get your numbers up.
Yeah, you do. Speaking of numbers, it is speaking of 9-6, it's 9-6 Blue Jays, top of the ninth against Air Force. They are the visiting team. So
John's rooting against the troops, the air troops.
Unreal.
Yeah.
All right, let's start with NASCAR. Get this crap out of the way.
No, we're starting with baseball. Texas at LSU. Battle of soon-to-be future SEC opponents are playing tonight. Just one game. They're playing tonight.
It's not even a series.
Nick?
The LSU. I like gumbo.
Go Tigers.
Yeah.
Tigers. But G-E-U-X.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go LSU.
Mm-hmm.
Omaha, Creighton, and UNL, or Nebraska, as they're known, combined wins baseball on Sunday. So they all play on Sunday. 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
Combined wins. Creighton is against...
John wanted us to go in blind.
I'm trying to remember because they're all playing. Well, Nebraska's playing Charleston. Creighton's playing 3 different teams in 3 different days.
Yeah. The Mavs, by the way, are playing on Sunday. This is what we're doing.
Oh, that's right. Creighton's doing the tour of all of the Air Force or the military academies. They're playing Army on Sunday.
The Mavs are playing Lindenwood.
I'm going to.
It's a school, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take the under.
Same.
Give me the over.
All
nice.
right.
Points.
The Bucks are 3-point favorites tonight
the
against
NBA.
the Bulls.
Dude, have you seen what time this game tips off?
Why can't we do spring
What's
training
against the
games,
Bulls?
John?
I'm assuming it's like 7:00. It's in Chicago.
John, this game tips off at 9:00.
In
This is
Chicago?
disgusting.
Why does it tip off at 9:00 in Chicago?
No idea. I do believe that this is it is an ESPN game.
See,
What
even
is-
ESPN doesn't care about the NBA anymore.
No, that it's because Nick, there's 2 games on. What's the
But
first?
why would you do a central time zone
So
game?
they're doing Dallas at Boston at 6:30.
Okay, so there's not a West Coast game they could do?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Can you imagine? Bucks.
Bulls. That was a
I'm
Bulls
gonna
boy
go.
growing up.
I'm gonna go Bucks. So you're going Bulls?
Yeah.
Okay, Bucks. Who will be the Class A girls state champion?
Oh, you didn't include the link.
Yeah.
You didn't give me a link.
John,
Yes, I did.
Did not.
There's so
Wanna
many
bet?
high schools in this state.
I'm gonna reopen predictions. All right, here we see. That's the email I sent you, John.
It
See that
didn't-
little
it didn't
thing?
copy and
All you have
paste.
to do is click it.
Shut up.
Look. So Nick, the teams that are playing tonight, you have the 1 seed Millard West versus Lincoln North Star, the 5, and then you have Lincoln Southwest, the 2 versus Bellevue West, the 3.
Give me Millard.
Millard West only won their first game by 14 points over Omaha Central. Give me Lincoln Southwest.
Let's see. Who did you say was playing?
Oh, I already closed it. If you would have
Wow.
included this
Yeah, if only you had the link
Well, I
that
didn't
Josh
have
sent
it.
tonight. Oh, where the hell did it go?
you. Oh, did you lose the link now?
No, it just closed.
Where's the link?
This website used to be a lot easier to navigate. by the
Hey,
way.
one of my best friends works for this.
I
place.
know, but just,
Millard West versus Lincoln North
but-
Star, Lincoln Southwest versus Bellevue West. Millard West is the 1 seed. That's who Nick picked.
I'll take Millard West.
Okay.
Why are we doing an NFL combine pick?
Because this is fun.
Is it for who?
For us.
The fastest 40-yard dash time.
Why aren't we doing spring training things?
Because when I opened up the baseball lines this morning, Nick, all I could see were college baseball, and I didn't feel like looking
But
around.
the Cactus League. They don't care about the Cactus League?
This is fastest 40. This is a fun, normal
this
stat.
is an over-under. Whoever runs
Where's
the
the link?
fastest
I don't know
40.
the people.
Now, yeah, not everyone's running their 40s tonight, right?
No,
Or
this is the
weekend.
whole weekend. It's just
But is everyone running their 40s?
so last year the fastest was 4.26. So I based the line based off of the fastest last year.
Where do I find
I
the
should have
list of
done
the
more
people running?
research into this.
This isn't my fault. Don't blame me. Over.
Because what if they're all offensive linemen?
No, John, this includes defensive backs. This includes receivers. This is the fastest in the whole combine. The fast players are running today and tomorrow.
Is this the average speed from last year, you said?
No, the fastest from last year, I looked it up, was 4.26.
The cutoff is 4.275.
Over.
Under.
So now, again, we'll have to look this up. John, we'll have to look this
God,
up.
this is why I hate this.
Are you going over or under?
Over.
You hate the combine because of one prediction in predictions?
Yeah. No, well,
this is Michael's main event.
I don't hate the combine. You took the under, Nick?
He took the over. He took the under.
Yeah.
Let's get to something. I can't believe I'm saying this. That's easier to find.
It's just a real sport?
Soccer.
Hell yes.
Ugh.
We have Fulham versus Brighton Beach Memoirs.
Fulham.
So not half ham, Fulham against the Brighton Beach Memoirs.
There's a Queen song that I really like called Brighton Rock.
Yeah?
It'd be Brighton.
Look at the sun right now.
Ah!
Yeah, we're going Brighton.
Nice.
It's bright.
I'm going to go with Fulham.
Good bit.
Dude, 2 weeks from now, I'll be able to do that joke, but the sun will be up higher.
John, never go Fulham.
March
10th, let's go.
Let's get to a
my anniversary.
I can tickle chains after work.
real sport.
There's a drive. Way back. It might be. It could be. And
La Liga.
that's Spanish for the Liga.
La Liga.
What happened to Jeans, man?
Mr. Green Jeans is gone. I don't know what happened to him.
We could have watched the combine all day long.
We could have watched the combine.
Look at that, Caleb Williams.
Athletic Bilbao is taking on Barcelona.
Bilbo Baggins?
Baggins.
Shire.
Barcelona.
Yeah, same.
Bilbo. I love Bilbo.
It's going to be a draw because I didn't pick a draw.
We got some hockey. Omaha is at Miami of Ohio this weekend. They're playing 2 games, which you'll be able to hear on our sister station, 1290.
Mavs 2-0.
Ohio's slightly farther south than Omaha, right?
I don't know.
This is Miami of Ohio, Nick.
Right. That's why I'm asking.
I have not looked at the
Because
latitude, longitude.
weirdly,
Great point, John.
Weirdly warm hockey teams in warm climates do well.
Yeah. Okay. Well, neither Nebraska or Ohio are warm climates.
That's why I asked which one was warmer.
Probably Nebraska slightly.
Okay, give me Omaha.
Wow.
That's all
Who
I
did you
needed.
pick?
I'm going to go split.
Okay.
So Nick's got Omaha. Men's college basketball. Kansas at Baylor.
Oh, here, real quick. I can look up a line on this.
Well,
I'm guessing there is one now.
The estimated line is 3.5. Baylor by 3.5.
It is 4.5.
Baylor by 4.5. So Kansas plus 5.5.
4.5.
Kansas plus 4.5. Sorry,
No,
against
you're good.
Baylor.
I'm going to take those points. If the line is 3.5, but it's actually 4.5, give me the Jayhawks to cover.
Yeah.
Here,
Rock chalk.
I'll just keep FanDuel open. for these, John.
I'll ride Baylor one more time. They almost got it done
I
for
just
me
saw your
last
One
week.
Beer Friday picture, by the way. That's beautiful.
Thank you, Nick.
Gonzaga plus 5.5 at St. Mary's.
It's actually plus 2.5. How about them apples, John? You like them apples? I got a number.
Nice.
I'm going to take St. Mary's.
Same.
Gonzaga's fun to say.
This one shouldn't have a line because it won't be played till Sunday.
Correct.
Nebraska minus 8.5 versus the Rutgers. Nebraska will bounce back and they will win going away because that's what they do at home.
Give me the Scarlet Knights to cover. Closer than the experts think.
Give me Nebraska.
Do we have an official line yet on the Creighton Marquette game?
4.5.
Wow.
4.5. What's the one that your little Ken Palm?
2.5.
Or is this Bart or is this
Bart.
Ken Palm?
This is Bart.
Nice.
Well, I don't bet against my guys.
If the player who can't read plays,
he can read.
Maybe. Give me Marquette. Wrong team is favored.
Creighton, I guess.
Which J will have the most assists?
His name is on this list of predictions.
Fulham?
Baylor.
Oh.
You like that?
I do. So much that I agree.
That's just because you don't want to look up the roster.
And?
Wow.
As added here, I took Stephen Ashworth.
You did?
Yes.
Okay.
I said Ashworth. The first car to quit.
Retire, John. The first car to retire.
The first car to say, I quit in the F1 race in which problematic third world country?
Oh.
Bahrain.
Problematic country.
Yep.
First car to retire. Alpine. Oh, Alpine Inn with the fried chicken is plus 550. No retirements is plus 600. Haas plus 700. Blah, 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 blah. I love the Alpine Inn. I went there for my birthday. Alpine.
Alpines are bad this season, it seems. So give me Alpine.
Wow. I'm going to take the Visa Cash app.
The Visa Cash app.
Wait, I thought John was making a joke.
Nope.
What?
No.
Yep. So, Formula Friday. Woo! There was this team called AlphaTauri, and they changed their name, and everybody thought it was going to be a name that made sense, like Toro Rosso, because that would have been cool. It would have been like a throwback, because that was their name in like 2008.
Why did they name it AJ Foyt?
Now it's the Visa Cash App RB.
Nick hates capitalism, but he loves this stupid
I
sport.
hate this team
How
so
do
much.
you? I don't know how he
this
sleeps
sport
at night.
literally exists because of capitalism. A lot
This
of
entire
greedy,
team,
greedy capitalists.
So AlphaTauri was that other team that raced that was owned by Red Bull, and I'm convinced that this team, the Visa Cash App RB, was just made for overflow sponsors.
I'm a
everybody
Venmo
wants to
guy.
give them
Screw
money.
that team.
Well, that's why I'm picking them. I think they'll quit first.
Yeah, because they're not Venmo.
And the main event.
This is despicable.
Hey, last week the race was decided by 0.003 seconds.
Points.
Or as I call that, a John Bishop.
Hey-o.
The Pennzoil 400 at Las Vegas. Pick 3.
Well, we mentioned Busch earlier, the beer. So I'm going to go with Kyle. Keselowski, he has lots of vowels, but let's go with Keselowski.
Sure.
Ross Chastain reminds me of Jessica Chastain, which reminds me that I want to watch Zero Dark 30 again. So let's go with Ross.
You want to see that weird baby?
Weird baby.
Was
No.
Zero Dark 30 the one with the fake plastic baby? No, that was American
Zero
Sniper.
Dark. Yes, Zero Dark 30 is when they hunt Osama.
No, I knew that. I thought that was also
Have you
in
seen
that
Zero
one.
Dark 30?
I'm not.
Oh man, that's a good movie.
Ladies
I'm
and
going to go
gentlemen.
with Kyle Larson, Chris Buescher,
Whoa, hardly knew her.
and let's roll with Ty Gibbs.
Ty Gibbs.
Give me Marty Trucks, John Hunter Nemechek, and Noah Gragson. Behind the Gragson.
Behind the Gragson. And that's
And
predictions.
That's predictions.
Wow, what a day.
Content is coming up, and we say goodbye to the Gretna testicles of the NHL.
Put him back in, Doc.
On 1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber, from the company with America's fastest download speeds. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply.
It's easy to see. We're being conned by the institutions we used to trust. The mainstream media is distracting us with meaningless headlines instead of focusing on the harsh realities facing American families. We all know something big is coming, and that's why so many folks are preparing. They're becoming more self-reliant by investing in emergency food storage from My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply is the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, and they make it easy for you to prepare. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and secure some emergency food kits. There's a dozen to choose from that contain tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging 2,000 calories per day. Get at least one food kit for each family member. My Patriot Supply also sells large solar generators, gravity-powered water filtration systems, heirloom seeds for your garden, and survival gear. Order by 3 p.m. and your items will ship that same day. Time is short. Prepare today. Go to mypatriotsupply.com. mypatriotsupply.com.
Hey, Omaha dog lovers, get ready for more wags and more fun. Hound HQ, your dog's favorite spot for daycare, boarding, and top-notch grooming is now open. At Hound HQ, there's plenty of space for a pup to sleep, play, and everything in between. Plus, our expert groomers are here to ensure your furry family member always looks fabulous. Join our pack on Facebook and Instagram at The Hound HQ, or visit our website, thehoundhq.com, and sign up your dog today. Hound HQ, more wags, more fun.
Every Friday, we bring you discounts to some of your favorite businesses in the Metro. The thing is, 1 week just isn't enough. Welcome to OmahaWeekendDeals.com. This weekend's deal is to 72 Table and Tap, just south of Ralston Arena. 72 Table and Tap hits the spot for creative food, craft beer, and great Irish whiskey every time. Stop in after the game, a concert, or just because. 72 Table and Tap. Eat, drink, gather, and repeat. Head to OmahaWeekendDeals.com to get yours. That's OmahaWeekendDeals.com.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Hi, this is Stacey McGilligan, Director of Sales for NRG Media Omaha. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished bilingual new business development salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to the next level. Is this you? Our multimedia account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG Media lets you make a real difference in our community. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick, what many things we haven't covered today. Give us a few.
Did you send content?
I thought I did, didn't I?
I'm not seeing it if you did.
Yeah, I didn't.
Sorry, I didn't check during break.
No, you know what? I probably didn't.
I got one. Who do you think is going to win the first Formula One race tomorrow?
Well, Max Verstappen.
Yeah, because he wins all of them.
There we go.
Next.
Wow, we're off to an awesome start here.
Now you should have content.
Sportsmanlike content.
NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman says the league is not in expansion mode. So RIP to the Gretna testicles.
We knew this. Now we didn't know.
I'm stunned by this news.
Are you? Are you stunned?
I'm actually stunned by the fact that they are not in expansion mode.
Well,
how many teams did they have? 32? Maybe I shouldn't be stunned. Never mind. Right, because they expanded. They added 2 teams.
I thought that got them up to 30.
Was Vegas the last
Yes.
one?
Yeah, before that it was, Seattle was, right? Was
Vegas and Seattle. They
Yeah,
came
30.
in.
Yeah, they have 32. Never mind. I'm not surprised by this news from any perspective anymore.
Yeah.
34 would be a weird number.
Folks, they're not coming to Omaha.
So wait, so here's the bigger story is.
I'm sorry, Gretna.
The bigger story then is that we're not getting that fancy arena for volleyball, right?
Well,
Because they're not going to do it if you
they're-
can't get the
well,
testicles.
If they're going to bring in USA Volleyball, they'll build them some kind of an arena.
If
or
you build it,
facility.
they will come.
But it won't be 18,000 seats and available for hockey as well. No.
Yeah.
At least if it shouldn't be, but who knows?
Over the years, Brian Ferentz has not been shy in sharing his opinions on Nebraska. So what do you think of the ex-Iowa assistant dropping by to say hello to Matt Rule and company at Memorial Stadium this week?
Yeah, that was reported by Sean Callahan earlier today in Tunnel Talk.
The Bry guy.
I'll be honest, I don't know what to make of this. I know that a lot of people are saying, oh, is he going to join as an analyst? I haven't heard that. Now, that doesn't mean it's not true, but I haven't heard that. Obviously, that is, I think, the next logical step that people would want to make with this type of situation. If he was helping out as an analyst, I think that'd be a good hire. Just don't want him as a play caller, but he's a good position coach, right? Like, he's an offensive line guy.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
why not?
Is he stopping by for a job? Probably not.
I would, yeah, agreed.
It is, but
His dad
keep in
doesn't
mind
work here.
that when Brian Ferentz was lipping off about Nebraska, it was before the Matt Rule era, and it was mostly in response to a lot of Scott Frost braggadocio.
I wonder if Bill Moose is giving him a call to get some takes on a chapter.
Oh, maybe.
Chapter
But
7.
It does
I'm writing
go to
a
show
book.
you how close the coaching fraternity is.
Yes, it does.
And, you know, Brian Ferentz has had some overtures into the NFL in the past.
Oh, music
just not
reference.
not as a play caller.
Correct.
But no, it doesn't surprise me, and it would actually surprise a lot of people out there which coaches get along with which coaches in this world.
Good point.
It is a brother/sisterhood.
The NCAA Rules Committee is expected to vote on 3 major changes to college football. Use of a helmet communication system like the NFL. Use of tablets on the sidelines and the 2-minute warning.
2-minute.
Sorry.
Timeout.
2-minute timeout.
Thank
My
you,
bad.
man.
We
I'm never
discussed
calling
earlier.
it that, by the way.
Is there any more you guys would like to dig into this? Since we dug into it a little earlier.
Again, I don't think there's anything to be objected to towards helmet communication. If anything, that's going to stop from the nonsensical, everyone looking over to the sidelines and all these goofy
Man, I'm going to miss that.
signboards and things like that.
I like the signs.
I don't like that this essentially gives Michigan a free pass from last year. It's like, oh, see, it won't happen again.
Don't worry, they'll get punished.
The tablets, I mean, sure, why can't they use tablets?
Kids these days, am I right, John? Always on their tablets.
And the 2-minute warning.
Timeout.
I mean,
2-minute timeout.
We know why it's
gonna be
actually
fun.
being put in. It is being put in to add more commercials.
call
Do
it 2
not
minutes.
believe the lie. It is being put in to do more commercials, which, I mean, they're going to pay billions of dollars for this stuff. They've got to pay for it somehow. So enjoy it.
Yeah. I mean, if this actually bothers anybody, I don't know why it would. Why would you care about tablets? Why would you care about communication via helmets and a 2-minute warning?
I mean, it is
timeout.
It is a little
cares? 2
hypocritical
minutes.
given that they were so concerned about the
a long
length
time.
of games that they wanted to change the clock rules, and now they're
No,
adding
John, they're just
another
deleting
timeout.
a different timeout to add this one.
Sure they are.
That's what they're doing.
Wink, wink, wink.
According to Tom Pelissero, a lot of rules will and will not be discussed with the NFL's competition committee, including intentional grounding. Wrote Tom, intentional grounding fouls are way up, 59 in 2023, and take a long time to administrate. There should be a rule change proposal aimed at reducing fouls and protecting quarterbacks. Is this a rule that needs to change?
Hell no. John, again, this seems like another response to people in their offense and wanting points. There were a couple of intentional groundings this season that got a lot of people up in arms, but no, I don't think that this needs to be fixed. I like the way that intentional grounding is. The one change that I would make, if you call intentional grounding, the player closest to the quarterback should get a sack, because that's the reason the quarterback got an intentional grounding in the first place, because he would have gotten sacked.
I don't know if I like that.
Why not?
I don't like the
that.
magic
No.
sack fairy.
No,
That's
it's
what
not
you
a
want.
magic sack.
You
No.
want the magic sack fairy.
I don't think they should get credit for a sack.
Oh,
Why
I understand
not?
what John's talking about.
Because they didn't actually get a sack.
They didn't
Because the
physically
quarterback
sack them.
intentionally grounded the ball, John.
But you can't guarantee that he would have actually completed the tackle.
Then don't.
What if he just
intentional-
grazed him? You know how many quarterbacks
Yeah,
we've seen
no,
get
no.
shaken
You guys
off?
are wrong.
No.
This is wrong, people.
I didn't know you
Wrong.
wanted the
Listen,
sack
I know
fairy.
you want to artificially stoke up problematic Micah's stats.
Let's go 80 sacks.
But he's still going to play for a team that's never going to go to an
Yes,
NFC
I know. That's
championship.
not what this has to do with, John.
The only thing I would say about intentional grounding, I wish there was a way we could write the rule, because it is plainly obvious. There are times where by the letter of the rule, because they're outside the tackle box or they did this, they got it to the line of scrimmage, but it's plainly obvious they're throwing the football to avoid a sack.
But as long as
But
it reaches the certain parameters.
I realize you have to have certain parameters. I just wish there was a way that you could adjudicate this so that intent could be punished, because many times quarterbacks have literally just thrown it away. I would get rid of the tackle box rule.
You would.
Yeah.
So you have to get back to line of scrimmage?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Maybe they should get the Elon Musk brain chip.
Absolutely.
So we can see
Get
what
rid
they
of the tackle
intended to do.
box.
You know what?
Grounding is grounding.
Not a bad take, John.
Better than yours.
Why? This is a great take.
I don't like the magic sack fairy.
It's not magic.
no.
Don't intentionally ground the ball.
No, I'm not talking about giving people a sack. I'm just saying get rid of the tackle box.
No, Nick agrees with you.
No, I am agreeing with you. I think
Yeah.
it's better than Josh's dumb sack fairy.
Well, yeah. But that's more a semantics thing. That has nothing to do with the rule change. He just wants more stats for more stats because he and his fantasy football.
But they're not
nerds.
real stats. They don't matter.
Another bonus take for you. I think that if a player is fouled and makes then his free throws, the guy should get an assist off of it.
Phantom stats are so dumb. There's no point for phantom. He didn't actually do it.
Yeah, he did. The guy fouled him. If he was going up for a dunk with no player there, he would have dunked it.
You can't know that. You can't know the future.
Sorry. Real quick, Casey Mike's mom says, is a well-known magic sack fairy. I'm offended that you don't want one. Yeah, John, think of Casey Mike's mom.
Sorry.
Rules, and more rules.
Oh, my gosh.
Pellicero also echoed the sentiment of earlier this week about the fumble through the end zone rule, adding, only happened 4 times in over 40,000 snaps last season, and the feeling is it's a product of poor technique. Are you glad that's settled?
That is such a smart way to put it. It doesn't happen that often. So why do people get so bent out of shape? They act like it happens in every game. It happened 4 times all last year. He's right. It is a product of poor technique. Hold on to the football.
Yeah, stop putting butter on your hands. I replaced our butter dish with some butter today, and I washed my hands.
Glad you did.
Don't have Butterfingers.
Yeah, see? I'm holding my can right now.
The magic butter fairy didn't do it.
Thank you, magic butter fairy.
New Pac-12 Commissioner Teresa Gold says the league is considering all options on its future. What options is she talking about? What league is she talking about?
Great question. First of all, Nick, I figured that's Gould. Gould. No Gould. That's what I see. Whenever I see Gould, I think of The Office. No Gould. All options. Really just kind of seems on if they will kind of win some of these lawsuits and thus continue to make a lot of money from the playoff type discussions, then they can bring in all of the Mountain West. But otherwise, what options do they have? That is the one option. It's either that or die.
Oh, my opinion. Yeah, their only hope is that they keep some of those voting rights, and those are only going to last for 2 years. I still wonder what it is that Washington State President Kirk Schultz was able to get in exchange for his vote to change the format, because he was the only thing that was holding up the change of the format. And then he gave that power up.
Mm-hmm.
And he was trying to get it so that Oregon State and Washington State could still be viable and that the Pac-12 might still have a chance of living into the future. I would love to know what he got. My guess is he got.
As we mentioned yesterday, my goat and your goat, Caitlin Clark, is going pro. What's your reaction?
Terrible thing to call a woman.
Wow.
Oh, no. Where do you brought props?
No, I didn't bring any props.
Oh.
I mean, of course she's going pro. She's done what she needed to do in college basketball. She's broken the records. She doesn't need to add to it with an extra year. Go make some money in the NBA.
WNBA.
WNBA.
My take is that I'm stunned that people think she's going to make less money next year.
I can't believe some people believe that.
I don't understand it. And here's a prediction, and this is stealing a bit of a take from Chuck Klosterman. He said this on the Bill Simmons podcast. John, I know you were listening earlier this week.
Yeah.
But when Magic Johnson and Larry Bird went into the NBA, college basketball was more popular than the NBA was. And the tail of their careers, and that's TAIL, excuse me. It took a while for it to catch up, and it finally did, where then the NBA passed it. I do wonder if this is the beginning of the WNBA reaching popularity that they have from the women's game. Like, everyone's like, well, yeah, the national championship last year drew, 12 million viewers. The WNBA finals drew 1 million viewers. Yes, because Caitlin Clark played in it. She will go to the WNBA, and I'm not pretending to say that they're going to get 10 million viewers next year, but people will be interested in her. She is a paradigm-shifting athlete. She will make more money in professional basketball than she is making right now. All of her money right now is endorsements. It's not collectives. It's all national endorsements. She'll be fine.
My goat and your goat.
Again, terrible thing to call a woman. What's for dinner? Maybe Nick's eating goats.
Oh, I've had goat before. It's pretty good.
1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Whoa, Sandra. So, in less than a week, you'll have
my forklift operator certificate.
And Joseph, you're quick to
respond. Yeah, with my degree in paramedicine, I'll be a
first responder. Cool. Bella, where are you off to?
Just knocking out my gen eds before
Transferring to the university? Smart way to say, Bella. Get up to speed with your me time. On campus, online, on your schedule. Get started at mccneb.edu/me. Classes start March 7th.
This is me at MCC.
J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers, offers exterior solutions that help you protect your number one investment. Whether it's roofing and siding or windows and doors, they're committed to excellence, quality, and outstanding customer service in every step of the process. When it's time to protect the exterior of your home, your choice is simple. Turn to who the Huskers turn to, J-Tech Construction. Check them out online and schedule a free estimate today. J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-632-4056 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-632-4056. That's 800-632-4056. What do you have to lose? Call 800-632-4056. Again, 800-632-4056.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting rules for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Minimum purchase required. Interest accrues from date of purchase but is waived if paid within promotional period. Go to windowappointmentnow.com for full offer details.
Attention all homeowners. Do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? Fog between the glass? Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen. And right now you could buy one window or door and get one 40% off. Just text CONSULT to 200-300 for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right. You don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus buy one window or door and get one 40% off. And right now save an extra $200 off your entire purchase. Text CONSULT to 200-300 right now. Text CONSULT to 200-300. Don't wait. Text the word CONSULT to 200-300. Text CONSULT to 200-300.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Part of it is that he is just so wrong.
The 1620, The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
So, I have no idea what's for dinner.
I think I'm going to do, I'm going out, meeting some friends. I think I'm going to do wings or maybe a pork tenderloin.
Ooh, pork tendy.
And some tots.
My beautiful, amazing girlfriend is making us beef and broccoli.
Good Lord. He's already gotten to the suck-up stage of the relationship.
Yep.
She's not even listening. I don't know why.
Together for like 2 weeks.
Beef and
I
broccoli.
wonder if we're going to find out if this person is Lene Kukua-esque.
No, John, I follow Nick on Instagram, and he posts pictures of them together.
Well,
interesting angles.
I'm pretty sure
She posts
Manti
pictures of
Te'o.
me. You didn't like that?
Hey, look, he puts his phone on the ground.
Okay, you said puts. That was a one-time thing. I've never done that before.
There is
You did it for a picture.
there
And
is
it was a
such
cool
thing as
picture.
Photoshop, and I'm
She
sure
posts
Manti
pictures of
Te'o-
you?
I mean,
She
Manti
does.
Te'o had us fooled for
Yeah,
years.
go ahead. Look at her profile.
No, I want to see weird pictures of Nick from other angles.
No, I don't want to see other pictures of
What
Nick
did you
from
say,
Wigan.
Nick? What did you say that you guys are having? Broccoli beef?
Beef and broccoli, yeah.
They love playing frisbee together.
Yeah, I got her into frisbee golf. And another friend of mine also recently got them into frisbee golf.
You mean froth.
Her roommate getting her into it too. I'm just growing my cult of frisbee golfers. The disc golf cult.
But you don't know what you're having, John?
I don't. I have no idea.
Sad.
No, the other night, I
didn't you spit your wife's food up?
Yeah. As long as it's not pizza, am I right, John?
To a moment of weakness.
Popeyes.
I did stop. No, I'd still be there. I did stop at Taco Bell.
Hell yeah, John!
John Bishop Nigram handshake.
Now
made?
listen.
I love Taco Bell.
This was actually a pretty good deal. They've got this chicken enchilada burrito.
Yeah,
combo meal. So you get the chicken enchilada burrito. You get one of those. I don't know what they call them. One of a chalupa, the hard shell taco inside a soft shell taco, which is very good to
cheesy
eat
gordita
on the
crunch.
road.
Cheesy gordita crunch.
It's very convenient to eat on the road.
Next time you get it with the Dorito taco.
And a little bag of dipping, nacho chips with the cheese sauce with
Behind
a
the
little
bag.
to it.
Nice.
And it was less than $10.
It sure was.
See, that's
John.
the
I was impressed.
In
was
defense
really
of Taco
impressed.
Bell, Bidenflation hasn't come for it yet.
I love Taco Bell.
Shout out to Taco
love
Bell.
Taco Bell so
Because
much.
most fast food places are. See, Popeyes hasn't really gone up in price much though, which is nice.
Did you wash it down with a crisp Baja Blast, John?
I hope not, John.
No.
I hope you ordered it just to throw it back in like a bomb.
No, I would not do that to the workers.
rude to the
Remember that
workers.
was that a bit with my generation or yours, Nick?
I think it was yours.
Yeah, our generation. I never did this. I just threw it at a friend's car.
Yes, I remember.
But we would order them and throw them into the restaurant.
Extremely messed up thing to do.
They're making minimum wage. That is so screwed up.
Like your generation also did the milk challenge and the cinnamon challenge.
The milk challenge.
Where you just drink a gallon of milk and throw up
See,
everywhere.
I didn't participate in any of these bits.
Oh.
No, I was just driving the car where people participated in the bits.
All right. Talk to you tomorrow from the arena, and we'll see you all back on Monday.
Have a great call, John.
See ya.
Hasta luego.